This is a test. This is a test.
Thank you. Ready to go? All right.
Okay guys, we're going to get started. And just so you know, it's also getting screen.
Oh, good morning. I got to volunteer for this presentation because I couldn't get my mate, who actually done 1 year, to actually do it. So he wouldn't come up here and expose himself. And they are done up, yeah. So, what did I get in this hobby for? Well, someone knocked on my door after I moved into my street. And my street, 75% of the lights or houses light up. So that's what got me into this crazy hobby and broke my wallet since. So first started off just using off-the-shelf stuff, using the standard controllers that come out from Bunnings or wherever. Hooked it up, used a standard Christmas tree, and that's what I did for my first year. So that was 5 years ago, or 2016. 17, I used Allen's controllers. I chopped off all the standard controllers and started experimenting with X lights to actually see what we could actually do. Found out that sequencing wasn't that easy. I did a 15-minute presentation on this one, or 10-minute presentation, just a simple going around loop-to-loop thing. No music, just animations only. So that's how I'll start off. I run 2 of those controllers, one for upstairs, one for downstairs. Those in the corner with the Kmart trees, I've still got them. They go out the back now, so the kids that come around over Christmas time, lights up the backyard. So 2018, after I first went to the first ACL Mini, studied a lot about the forums about what to do, ended up buying 5,000 RGB LEDs and put this display together. Lots of learning experience trying to put a display together. The first thing I found was I bit off a lot more than I can chew, and I was working feverishly in late October and November to get it all finished and finalised. In fact, the tree was only finalised the day before it went on. So there was a bit of fun. Songs, I actually purchased them. I get a lot of them from PPD, the sequence club that I joined, but I use others like Extreme Lighting and Magical Lighting shows. So first year, the matrix I actually built was using the standard tree strips. So I actually got a steel mesh, put it in the background there, and cable tied them all together and just used standard RGB lighting to get some sort of a matrix up. The fence was a funny thing. The adults obeyed it, but the kids didn't. They just run right around the garden, no matter what you did. So I put this in mainly for people that are getting into the show, but it's also of interest for people to find out how much these things actually cost. I'm not a fabricator, so I pay for things to get made. I got the mega tree made, and around the garage is a frame. So that frame is there to just hold the LEDs, which I've reused quite a few times after. So that was the total cost for the first year. Now, my other half gets to spend that too. So it's double out of the pocket, because that's the agreement. I get a budget of $2,000 a year, everything over that, she gets to spend. I'm still paying it back. Yep, and it was way more than I budgeted. But I'm seeing today, we're talking about last night, some of the Americans now are getting in and they're buying 10,000 LEDs straight up. And I think this is a lot to do with the high density props that are coming in. So your 10,000 seems to be the go over there. So what did I do in 2019? Added a few things. Went to see Troy, bought a few of the singing bulbs. I made these arches out of the good old Coro, and also using a lot of the this stuff. Very handy, and very handy to buy these things, cutters for the pipe. They work very well. I also added a lot of stars on the top of the house. And set to hit the roads, just painted the bottoms black. Added a bracket which sits some of the roof tiles, and that was quite an effective display by adding those on the roofs on the top. These little pieces here are your friends from Bunnings. They're simple strips, you can do wonderful things with them. They break off easy, they fit a 4mm screw. The matrix I built over there has got double-sided in the back, that's the support leg. These mount power supply brackets in these distribution power boxes and controllers. So they're a good little friend, and they're cheap as chips from Bunnings. Also, adding the arches and the mini trees in the front of the lawn made a more effective barrier for the kids. They tended not to jump over those as much. Yeah, all my direction of my cables, they all go up to the end, which you can see by optical letterbox. They all go along and back in, and I run these distribution controllers. Just the mini ones, so there's 4 channels on each. I just run those 2 on the lawn and 2 on the roofs, and that pretty well does me. The rest of the stuff runs actually. Sorry guys on the streaming. Yeah, back there. I run those, say 2 on the lawn, 2 on the roof. Everything else runs direct from the main controller, the Falcon controller. And I just run the little handstand controller now, runs the lights down the side to stop the kids jumping over back onto the lawn. All those are made with just little pegs. I just cut off 20 centimetre ones of those, and they just sit out enough to stop those falling over. They work well. And as you can see, the wood on the top, that's just pallets. Reuse everything you can possibly. Just to mount the singing faces up there. So second year, 2019, added a few more songs, 36, running X scheduler. And I split into 2 shows, which was good because, as you know, it doesn't get daylight to about 8, or dark to about 8:30, and there's lots of young kids come out early in the. So I actually split 2 shows, did a lot of the Baby Shark and those type of things in the morning, Frozen, those kind of things. And they come in and watch those and then swap it over at 7:30. And as you can see, the little string reused the fairy lights down the side, just put some stakes in the ground, worked perfectly. And also added that matrix in that year. That was a bit of a challenging build, as most of those things are. Tip for that is when you live in a townhouse, make sure the wife's away for about a week because you need the whole lounge room floor to put it together. So what do I add in the second year? As I say, I'll never catch up paying the wife back. But that's life. And this is what we do it for. Our street is a cul-de-sac. We try to get council to close it off, but it doesn't happen. The cars that do go down the street normally spend 10 to 15 minutes trying to get in the street and back out, and literally it's less than half a kilometre, because there's so many people that actually walk up and down the street. And this is a typical night where people are just standing on the road watching your show, and that's what they love. And most of that money went into building that little sucker over there. 2020. This year I thought of redesigning things. One of the things that works well is the more you can spread out, the better you get for some of the whole house effects. So some of those patterns that you can see go across the whole house. Having a good canvas of RGB lights gives you that nice effect. You can start seeing those effects. If you have sporadic stuff, you don't see those effects as much, so they're sort of wasted. Those 2 little trees in the background, that was Lithgow Lights gave me them when I first got started. I actually finally rewired them from dumb RGB to full, the intelligent RGB lights, and re-put them in the show. So in the background, those 4 singing bulbs, that's reusing that piece around the garage, adding that into chorus in the background, and then the 2 trees were the main singing elements. Also built these little things. I looked at buying the Coro ones and they end up building these. Again, these are just using that wonderful tubing, 4-way thing at the bottom, 20 mils come out each side, they sit on the lawn. I've got these pre-made from Ray Wu at the time, 5 volt, and just made them extra lengths on the end to go pixel poles. Again, that's a lot of work to put those together. One of the things I also found is buy a good bench press drill. Time I made 30 of those, the bench press drill power motor had burnt. It actually started warping the labels off it, and that was an Ozito, so it went back to Bunnings. And he said, what did you do with it? I said, drill 30 of these pieces, and died. So buy a good drill. Also that year added the tune to sign, which is over there. We also added a little $5, those $5 US FM transmitters. Built one of these nice little dipole antennas, nice solid copper inside. That transmitted about 1.5 kilometres off that $5 transmitter. So that was quite good. But I did learn another thing with those $5 transmitters, they're about 0.5 off sometimes. So some stereos tune into them well and other stereos don't. So I shelled out the $70, they're on special the other day, $70 US, so I got one of the Synctex for this year's display. So that I've already tried that out, even without that, just on the antenna. It comes with the box, and they work very, very well. And there's quite a few of those to choose from. The reason I changed my display this year was that the previous years I had a lot up on the house, and it's a fairly high house, 2-story to get up onto. Without a cherry picker lift, it's a bit hairy to get on and off. So using the lawn, it just gives a better feel. And it was more engaging. A lot of the people who live in my street said it was a better display that year. They actually enjoyed having that stuff on the lawn. And we've got here, move the singing bowls, that's the quartet singing in the background there. And I've got 62 songs in the list by now. And again, I haven't got them all loaded. So I do what Lisco does sometimes, is alternate some of them in and out, just to make it very varying, because I do get a 10 to 12 a year to add in. And that just makes a nice way to make the show go. So last year wasn't too bad. I can actually afford to pay that one back. I won't say how much I spent this year already, but anyway. So that's the total display so far. Added in. So it's not a cheap hobby, drives you crazy, and you need a few credit cards sometimes. But why do we do it? These are just a few of the points I come up with. It is fun. You get to meet a lot of like-minded people doing this. Good fun. And what else are you going to spend your money on? I have to still do that. So key learnings, which is probably what are looking back at over the 3 years. I did this presentation. It's been updated from 2 years ago. But yeah, definitely plan. It's always about planning. I always read that. I read that 101 manual. It's good to see. There's updated information in that. There's lots of information on the forums. Before you start anything, if you're new to doing this, design your layout and X-Lights and see what you want to do before you actually go and buy something. You're always going to need more cable than you think, especially with 5. I've got about 600 metres of cable now running just in that display. But I quite like 5 volts. People don't like doing the power injection. I didn't find it a problem. I spoke to Lisco when I first did it. Most of his stuff is 5, except for his long runs, so I stuck with it. Use the custom strings, as I said, wherever it's possible. If you can get stuff made like I did with these pixel poles, you can. The hardest thing for that is to actually get the Chinese people to understand what you actually want. I've understood people that bought these things here and asked for a 30 centimetre extension and got a 30 metre extension on it. So I often send it over to people with a diagram, because I found that's the best way of interpreting it, rather than just having the text to say what you actually physically want. And it does save you a lot of cut and soldering. Lots of videos to look on X-Lights. We do see so many questions coming up on the forums that have been answered many times before. Calculators. I asked John Spiker for his spreadsheets. He sent me over all sorts of stuff. So don't be afraid, as Keith said, to ask. There's lots of information out there. I took all the people's calculators and made my own template, because that suited my show, so I could actually design exactly what I could load off each one of these controllers. They're all rated 100% white. So I don't run it 100% white. Everything in my show is 100% white rated, so I can run at full power. I run around between 20 and 30%, 30% on some of the smaller density props and 20% on things like some things on the matrix and the megatree, just because of pure brightness. And if you're trying to film the display, it can blow out the camera quite a bit. So it's a bit of a balancing act to get that right. Of course, have spare LEDs, fuses and power supplies. No matter what you do, they are going to go wrong. Even in the second or third year, you get things fail. And I pulled this little one apart. This was a little, pass this around. This was an intermittent one on my megatree. Took ages to actually find it, but it's actually a dry joint on the data line in the middle. And that just decided to stop working last year. Other things I've had, you just test all your pops, especially the ones on the roof before they go up. I've had some of the stars go with 2 LEDs that didn't work, so easy to replace. A lot of people use the Scotch locks to repair quickly. I think that's a pretty good idea. I don't use them personally. I actually go out with a soldering iron and heat shrink and actually replace them. Animations people really like. Singing faces. They love singing faces. They like animations on the tree. So a lot of the sequences I've actually purchased the extra pieces to run on matrices or trees from the vendors themselves. So it gives a good thing the kids like, and even the adults like it. I did shorten my show the previous year down towards Christmas. I went to a 20-minute round loop just for the amount of people that are coming through. This year I don't actually plan to do that. I'm going to remote Falcon and put the jukebox on it so people can actually song select. So should make it a bit more interactive. I tried to do that last year, just ran out of time. And also your last minute problems. There's always people on Zoom, but at that time of year you've always got people trying to help other people, so sometimes you can wait a bit of time in Zoom to get questions answered. So the earlier you can get in and get things sorted around the October time frame is good. So when you're building it, my show takes 4 weekends to put up. So all of November I'm putting the show up. And if you're running Expo Scheduler on your PC, turn everything off you possibly can. Updates, stop Windows updates, turn the AV off, everything, because you can get the odd little timing glitch in it. So your show is running and then all of a sudden you might see a little freeze for a half a second or quarter a second, and that's just the stuff that's running in the background on Expo Scheduler. But this year I think I'll actually go and put the Falcon player to run the show this year to get it off the laptop. Particularly now I've just run those ones on, that's all that's running over there. What do I change? As I say, start as early as possible, especially we're trying to get RGB lights this year. I'm going to change the tune sign. That is a P10 at the moment. I'm going to change that to P5, only because the amount of text I want to physically put on it, and it's only 2.5, 3 metres from the road, whereas the matrix is around 10 metres. So the P10 is quite good on that. I'm doing a workshop later on that, so I've got some distance builds to share. Going to buy another drill press, make another 30 of these in my spare time, whatever that is. and double the density on the lawn. I've thought about actually talking to Troy and cutting all my mini trees. So I've got 8 of those tiny mini trees and 8 of the larger mini trees. And of course they're 360s, no one see around the back because they're always facing the front. So I'm thinking about actually cutting those in half, seeing this man here and putting some backs in them and doubling my trees up, because it's going to cost me, the only thing it's going to cost me then is the backs and another 16 of these stars to run with it. Also going to add some more of these on my roof line. These are quite effective on the back. They work very well. 20 nodes, easy things to add. Going to add the house verticals and horizontals back in. Last year I didn't have many of those. Actually didn't have any of them because I didn't get one of them finished. They're definitely worth adding in, house verticals and window frames, etc. There's a lot of sequences you buy have got those effects in there. So if you don't have them, you do lose a lot of those things you're paying for in the effects. Always, anytime you finish your show, I don't know, I stand out there even when I first put it up and go, I'll change that next year. So you're always planning, make the notes. Everyone says take pictures of your show before you actually take it down so you know where everything is next year. I've done that for 2 years. Nothing ever ends up where it's going to be the next year. So, and it's just a question of sitting down on a pen and paper, sketching out where your runs are going to go and what you need to hook up and how many pixels you can run off each port. So I'm pretty well maxed out on my 2 controllers on the lawn, so I might need to add another controller in, but the Falcon does so many things. It's just a question of, do I run it direct from the Falcon, which in my case I have done. And in here somewhere I did have, here it is, the old null pixel buffers. So typically if I run things long distance from the Falcon, say 15 meters away, I put the remote powers, for instance the mega tree all runs direct. I run power injection out of the tree and I just run these null pixel buffers to amplify the signal straight out the Falcon. So they're easy to make. Other things to have. I'll come on to that, sorry. Possibly add the DMX spots. I said this last year, colour washes, I said that the previous year. It's a question of, again, finding out things that you have time to do and the money to pay for. I do like buying sequences. I'm doing how to import sequences workshop later. The reason I like this is that I don't have the 20 to 30 hours or 40 hours to spend doing a sequence. I can do it, I've done a couple. I just find that you can import one in less than 5 minutes, and if you join one of the clubs, they're like $25 to $30 US per sequence in the club. So, and there's plenty of benefits on that. And you also, one of the other things, you do learn about how other people sequence. I found that, particularly with the magical light shows, they have quite complex sequencing, especially with some of the sub-levels and sub-models they're doing. So it's interesting to see that. This is the resources. These are IP64 rated. They're from Bunnings, these little boxes. I've ran there now when I first started. There's plenty of other boxes to choose. These you can run 22 cables out, I believe, in those little things. I've only had no water ever got in them. I've only had ants in one of them. That was last year, because last year was so wet. The ants eventually decided they want to get inside the box. Some of the other things to make use of, get a cable tester, always very good to have. Good way to test your Cat5 cables. I use the tie-cab. You can get this, it's really good 3-core cable. It's 15 amp trailer rated cable. I've been using that without a problem. LED controller for a test mode. I've got a couple of these. They're absolutely essential if you're doing anything on the bench. It's easy to go and test any string you want. Mentioned the Hanson Electronics null pixel buffer. The other thing that we actually do is I bought one of these from Alan a long time ago. This is a DMX controller, a DMX USB output. use that with a DMX from DMX test, and then you can test anything on your DMX, because I was running a smoke and bubble machine and a couple of other DMX things. So it's good to be able to sometimes work out what the Chinese interpretations are of the channels, because they're not always correct, and that works very well for that. I built this as a little power injection tester, just a red and green LED reversed on that. Very quick to make your leads, because when you make them up in bulk, sometimes you do make mistakes, and I found that even when I've thought I tested it and put it up, and then you wonder why you keep blowing fuses. I use all my heat shrink is glue filled, so I double glue filled the middle, and then I put an extra layer on the top to glue fill that. And I use the solder butt splicers, the ones that you use the heat shrink guns with, to put all the leads together. So they're pretty well insulated from water. Recommend getting good heat gun. This one's a Master Light from the US. About 130, 140 US dollars I paid for that. It's got you can put all the different attachments on the end. They work very well for doing those heat shrink butt connectors, and when you get skilled, you can do 3 at a time on one lead. And get it right most of the time. Megatree designers, absolutely gives you a good idea of what you're going to start off with. And there you go, extreme lighting displays. Local Moscow source, which is all my Coro. There's a lot of other resources on here that you'll get to share. Wire gauge equivalence table, very handy. The power injections, alternative sources. When you buy a lot of the MP3 files, you can't buy off Amazon. They don't allow it in Australia, so I use Z Digital for getting a lot of the MP3 files, and I also use iTunes. iTunes have got the stuff that Z Digital doesn't. In fact, the iTunes has got more stuff now than Z Digital seems to have. Yeah, so there's little butt sequence things. I normally buy 200-300 of those a time. Always have those in my kit. They work very well. So on that, is there any questions that people would like to ask about design, builds, or what I've done? Yes.
You might be thinking, okay, blue's going to be my negative and brown's going to be my positive for the power injection or something like that. And you sit there and you go and make up all your leads and you think, and then you plug it in and you wonder why your fuses are blowing. And because sometimes when they put these plugs together, inside the wires actually get reversed.
Yeah.
So always check where your flat is or your pin that your alignment pin and all your other pins, and make sure that you're thinking. So another really good tool that comes in handy in this hobby is a multimeter.
A multimeter and so lead tester, and these little things like here are made up to check your power injection cables are correctly orientated, the plus and minuses. So yep. Sorry, I didn't hear with that. There's a good one on Next Lights that actually has, I think, is it 6 or 7 cables put together, about 10 metre lengths. And what they've done is just put LEDs on the end. When they stop doing, they put another one of these in. It's just a really signal amplifier, so they go a long, long way. In fact, I don't actually even think I need these on the 5 volts because the signal's pretty good out the Falcon, but I put them in there anyway because I've made these as an isolation. They only pass the data through, they don't pass the power. So they're also an isolation cable. So they've just got negative the data going through. But certainly, Not unless you're living on acres and acres of property, I don't think you'd ever have a problem. And so you can chain these things together. So I built half a dozen of these, I just keep them in. If you see any flickering going on your lights and you think it's to do with data, just chuck one of those in and see if it fixes the problem. I've got two types. I make the black ones that I actually put on black heat shrink. These are pass the power and data, and the red ones only pass the data. So they're very easy to identify in my show which ones are what. So these ones are here, if I've got a problem in the show, I can just plug that in, that passes some data and just amplifies the signal. And good old next door going well. Cool.
Any other questions? Don't be shy, that's a pretty stupid question. Great answer. Anyone else who's done it, or just you second or something like that?
Like to add anything in? Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else like to add their comments in? Please feel free. It's just my perspective of what I've done.
One thing I want to do is, when you put your show together, when it's quite perfect, put it out in the yard and look nothing like it. So my suggestion is take a photo of the show when you put it up, take that photo, when you get the X-lights, and then all your models around exactly where the photo is, re-render everything, put it back in the control room again.
Yep, very true. In fact,
That's the way to do it. That way you know exactly where you move your models around.
in fact, that's exactly what Troy was saying when he decides to come back up. No. That's exactly what Troy was saying. That's what I did with the stars. All the little stars I had on my roof line, actually went and numbered them all, and then went back in and moved them all next light. So you got when the rendering went down on the sequencing, it looked correct. So you do a lot of those changes to get the layout right. And it's also reverse is true. What you design in X-Lights is sometimes you get out in the lawn and it looks crap. So you just got to move it around and then go back in and do it and re-rendering. And that's where your batch rendering is your friend. Okay, that's all right. Thanks very much.
Still not connected. Sorry, I just got connection issues, you know. Yeah. Thank you. Expo. Oh. Right. I think we're good. Is it gonna? Have I got to do dual screens, don't I? I need my speaker notes on here. Yeah.
Anybody drop a large shirt on the ground over there? So new, but they would be done. I've got the sweet yourself one. Alright, stop the front if you just say You're kidding yourself, Brad. I said sweet. I'm very excited about that. That's fine. But for those who haven't got one, they're $20. We'll sell them probably at lunch or whatever. Just pop them here. Yep, come and see lunch or shirt.
Which screen am I going to here? How many times has you said that now? Are we going to go for prizes for that? Oh, I didn't see his shoes. I have to see his shoes. Oh, these dual displays. You can clearly know that I'm on a laptop and I don't use dual displays. All right, we're getting there, guys. Go the other way. Here I am. Should I say hi to YouTube too? Hey, YouTube. All right, so, yeah, good-o. All right, good morning, gang. Yeah, all right, let's get going. So I am back by popular demand. Looks as though my smashing presentation last year was a hit. Either that or you learnt absolutely nothing from, and I'm here on damage control, so it's one way or another. Actually, in all honesty, it's a really nice feeling to know that someone had confidence in me to be able to stand here and discuss X-Lights 101, so thanks, guys. I know that I'll be forever in debt with many of you wonderful, amazing people in the room for helping me out when I was learning all this in the beginning, so it's a nice warm feeling to be able to pay it forward today and hopefully help some of you guys in return. On a side note, I am collecting 600ml Coke bottles for my display this year. If you're able to collect them for me over the weekend, that'd be amazing. I've got 143 bottles yet to go. I only collected about 37. I've got a bit of room in my suitcase, so yeah, whew. I know, right? Anywho, topics that are going to be covered today in the next 30 minutes. For anyone who needs to know, we'll have a look at X-Lights, where to go to download it. I'll also go over what a show folder is and how to go into detail of why you need to be a bit careful when you set up your show folder. We'll take a look at the controllers tab, although Ben's going to cover this in much more detail when he speaks, so we can still take a look at a few things in controller tab. The layout tab, how to draw your lights on your house or your house image. And in my opinion, leaving the best until last is the sequencer tab, which is where my heart is. I've got to remember I've got a microphone on here. In my honest opinion, without a decent sequence on your display to get, all the hard work that you went towards getting it to light, some will be lost with a sequence that doesn't complement your show. So it's definitely where I spend a lot of my time. So who is Suze? A little bit about me. My name's Suze. I'm also known as Zeus Elites on ACL, AusChristmasLighting, where I'm a fairly active member in chat. My background is teaching children how to swim and admin work, so I've had absolutely no background in any of this prior to starting in 2016. It was actually my hubby first told me about these pixel lights that you could buy to control with your computer. He bought a couple of pixel strips, a dodgy controller from AliExpress, and he couldn't get it to work outside of test mode. So he got frustrated, gave it all to me and said, "You work it out before I chuck it all in the bin." So I basically took the reins and did a bunch of research, stumbled across ACL, AusChristmasLighting, and with the help from a bunch of members there, I got my first show up and running. So, and realised pretty quickly that we bought the wrong controller. So still to this day, I still have my dodgy T1000 and it's in a box somewhere at home. Get it out every now and then, give it a pat and put it back in. So this was our photo taken from our first year. I had a basic house outline, really small mega tree, or mini tree if you want to call it that. And some really funky looking mini trees out the front that we sort of whacked together at the last minute. So skip to today. This is our display last year with just a few more pixels added. And a quick little video seeing it all in action. This song was actually from our display last year. Is that drowning out me? We're all over the socials. We're on quick little search for lights on Shetland. Can get you in the right section. You can see we're on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. I think we're on Snapchat somewhere. And we've got a few videos and Vimeo too. All right. Anywho, so downloading X-Lights. It's a rather simple process. I'm going to assume most of you guys in the room and ladies have already downloaded X-Lights and at least had a little bit of a play with it. But for those playing along at home and haven't downloaded it, we'll take a quick look at the process. So to download X-Lights, all you need to do is go to the webpage xlights.org. This is the home page of X-Lights, what it looks like. Simply navigate to the downloads menu along the top. Clicking on it brings you to this screen. The first download option is for a Windows computer. So scrolling down the screen will give you downloads for a Mac and also for a Linux for anyone in the room who's got a Linux. I haven't. But most people got a Windows computer and that's what we're going to focus on today. So click the link to download X-Lights. While you're there, grab the Queen Mary Vent plugin as well. That plugin's really useful when it comes to sequencing. If you guys are going to have a dig at sequencing, it pulls certain timing marks from a song to help you sequence a bit better. So it brings out like the beats and the bars in a song, a bunch of other stuff that personally I have never used and never been able to use. So it's something you're going to want to download too. Once file's downloaded, open up your downloads folder, install it. On installation, when it's completed, Xlight's automatically open, so you no longer need the web page, you can close it down. Does anyone want me to go back? Everyone knows how to do that pretty good. I'm going to go with a yeah. Good-o. So which brings us to our next topic, which is the show folder. What's a show folder? A show folder is a folder literally on your computer that contains all the media in your sequences. So think MP3s, images, videos. Your house image should probably be in your show folder too. It also contains files that are created by Xlights, and all your sequences are saved in there too. So the first thing you see after opening Xlights for the first time is a window asking for a show folder location. Now, Xlights doesn't create the show folder for you. You actually need to do that yourself. So you can actually create your show folder from this window. You simply navigate to your personal documents folder, which you know is My Documents or Documents. Once you're in the folder, right-click, create a new folder, give your show folder a name. A lot of people use their show name, so mine's actually Lights on Shetland. Some people use Christmas, some people use Home, whatever you want to call it. Just avoid putting the year in the name of the show folder. If you do include the name of the year in your show folder, come next year you might want to change that name of the show folder to include the year 2022, and that's when things start breaking. Any sequences in your show folder that you used in 21 that had images or videos in it, it'll have the file path broken. And you'll need to go searching for that in all your sequences again, which is a big pain in the butt. So it's all because you changed that show folder name to include the year 2022. So by all means, you can have your show folder sitting within a folder that's named Christmas 2022 or 2021. Just as long as your show folder name doesn't have that date in it, you're sweet. Then as the new year comes, you simply create a new folder that's called Christmas 22, copy your show folder, dump it in the new folder, and you shouldn't have any problems. Moving on to the controller tab. Like I said, the controller tab is something we're just going to skim over really briefly. Ben's going to cover it more in detail when he chats. So you can actually skip the controller tab when you're designing the layout of your Christmas display, and you can come back to it later and configure your controllers and add them all in. You don't need to define anything here in order to draw your display in your layout tab. So don't get too stressed when you see that to start with. But we'll still have a look at a few things while we're in here. Xlights defaults to the controller tab when it opens up. Clicking on each of these three tabs that I've circled up the top will take you to each sections of controllers, layout, and the sequencer tab. And that highlights obviously what one you're currently in. Just above these three tabs, you see a whole bunch of icons that are mostly faded out. These are selectable once you go over to the sequencer tab and start creating a new sequence. So nothing really that you do much in here when you do your controllers and configure them. But what I did want to show you while I was in here was what these two options next to the show folder are and what they're used for. The current show folder we're looking in is actually a temporary show folder that I created just for this presentation. My actual show folder is set to the permanent show folder, and you can flick between the two. So times that you may want to change your show folder to a temporary one, maybe when you import a sequence and you want to see what it looks like on the house display that it was created on, you might want to change the back to your display you had last year to check on a few things. You could also just create a show folder that you purely want to mess around in without having the stress and worry about messing up your actual show folder that you use for your lights. So don't be afraid to do that. I think that's where you learn a lot of stuff as well. Like, don't just jump in and start designing a display and then just muck around in that. Like, have a new one, muck around and add things, add controllers. Like, you'll work out things pretty quick then. So if I were to click on Restore to Permanent, it flicks back to my actual show folder. So you can see once I clicked on Restore to Permanent, it switched back to my Lights on Shetland folder. You can see the file path's now got the colour black. and it's different to the previous one. You may also notice the listed controllers have changed as well. My show folder has 2 controllers in it. I live on the edge. With all those lights, 2 controllers, I probably should have a few more just as a backup. And if I were to flick over to the layout tab, you'd see my whole display setting there as well. So it's a nice little feature that was added just over about a year ago now. It's been really handy. Moving on to the layout tab. Layout tab where you'll need to first get your photo of your house. So take a photo of your house. Make sure it's in the best viewing spot where you think people are going to be standing to watch your show or sitting in cars to watch your show or your Christmas lights. So my son didn't actually want to draw an image of the house this year to use in our display, so I had to run out and quickly take a photo of a house randomly down the street. And this is a house that we're going to create a display on today. So I made sure the photo was taken from the best viewing spot where people are going to gather to watch the show. I uploaded it to my computer and I saved it into my show folder. So we've got our photo, we'll now need to bring it over into Xlights. So to add your photo, you need to then navigate to the layout tab where I've circled. And you go down to where I've circled again where it says background image, click on it and then click on the 3 dots. Clicking on the 3 dots opens a small window. Find your house image where you saved into your show folder. And in my case, I actually created a folder called house image. And it brings it in. So now I've got my house image added as a background image. I basically clicked on fill to enlarge the photo to utilise the space that you've got. And it's probably a good idea to do that. You can see things a bit better. If you actually hover over the area where the arrow is pointing to, you can click and drag up this whole section to reveal a few more options for your house image. I like to reduce the brightness of the picture down a little just so we can see the lights on the house as we draw them. Am I talking loud enough over next door? Hopefully, yeah, good. So up the top you can see a whole line of icons which are model icons. Once you start drawing models on your house image, you see that there'll be a list of models in that model list section over here to your left there. So here is the display all completed. You can see a bunch of models that I've drawn in my house. I've got a house outline, mega tree, arches, candy canes, singing tree, Christmas tree, window matrix, all the bells and whistles. And you can also see now that I've got the whole list of models sitting there as well under the model section. So if I were to click on one of my models on my layout, it will be highlighted, as you can see here, on my tree. The background image section is now replaced with the tree model information. This is where you'll define your model. So for a tree model, you can say whether it's a 360-degree tree or a 180-degree tree. You can import how many connections to your controller it has and how many pixels. So in this case, my tree will have 6 physical connections to different ports on my controller. There's 3 strands per string or 3 strands per connection, and there's a whole total of 100 pixels in that section. So that's how my tree is defined. All right, so let's jump over to Xlights and draw this layout. See if we can put a quick sequence together. Someone just give me a wave if I'm dragging on too long, because this could take some time. So flick, bring this on over. Oh, this is fun. Sorry, should have got this organised, shouldn't I? So that's that one we need. Oh, where's the mouse? Here we go. We want this one too. All right. Very good. All right, so this is the display with all the lights set up. I've also just created another show folder just so we can draw on it today. This is going to be fun, isn't it? Good Lord. I think I've bitten off more than I can chew here. All right, here we go. So basically, you've got your house image on your display, and it's a matter of coming up to these icons up the top here and selecting from them to draw onto your house image. So flicking back over here, we've got, first thing is arches. So clicking on arches, come down to the area you want to be drawing your arches. In this display we had 4 of them, so you can click over to your model section, select 4 arches, and we've got 4 drawn here. And it's just a matter of clicking on that blue square and dragging across to fill that area. I think we had some candy canes over in that garden. Again, clicking on candy canes, bring it over, they're rather big. And again, I think we had 6. So again, clicking on number of canes here, clicking 6 and tabbing will change them to 6. And of course, if your candy canes have got more nodes than what here, you would click on your lights per node. Rightio. We don't have any channel blocks, we don't have a cube, we don't really have a custom, it's more of a download, but we definitely got a moving head. We'll have it on the roof here. Hey, yo.
When you do, like, for example, you just did 6 candy canes,
Yeah.
does that always stay as a group of 6, or can you then individually move those
Oh,
candy canes around the yard, wherever?
I think they move in a group, and I think they just,
If you want 6 individual ones, you have to do 6 individual.
yeah, draw them separately, and then just, like when you go to configure them, just daisy chain them, like have them end of model, find the previous candy cane and go forth. This is a really quick way of drawing them in a group if you're going to have them all close by, but if you definitely got them separated, which a lot of people do, just do them individually and just manually configure them that way. Yeah. So with this is a really cool little thing that I found out the other day when I was doing my research to do the presentation, is the image model. So I clicked on the image model, drew my box, and it's a matter of then coming over like your background image and finding a photo you've taken of like a blow-up Santa or anything that you've got in your display. So I think I do. So I might have a blow-up Santa in my display, and just so you got a good visualization of what you've got in your setup, it's pretty cool. And I only just literally stumbled across that, so I don't know much about how you would configure it and whatnot, but if anyone wants to know, I'll find the YouTube link and give it to you so you can have a look later on. So we have some icicles. Again, we'll draw some icicles across here. I don't think I'll go through drawing this whole display because we could be here a while, but you can see how pretty easy it is. So on my layout, you can see the icicles are pretty dense. If you click on them, it actually tells me here I've got 150 nodes within this icicle. So it's a matter of just clicking on it, changing this 80, and this one's got 80, change to 150, and it looks just the same. What else have we got here? Yeah, we've got a matrix in our window, drag and drop it in here, and again, change the configuration if you need to. We've got a bunch of single lines. Single lines are really good if you've got, a garden path that you want to put lights on. If you want to do poles on your house, they're good for that. Polylines are really good if you have got, for instance, in my display, I've got a roundabout garden, we call it. Good for defining curves instead of trying to draw a whole bunch of lines, or drawing your roof outline as well. So I'll just demonstrate how to do a few of these. So let's do our little patio roof here. So to start drawing, click on your display image, and all of a sudden you've got this little line that follows you around. So click to where you want the next point. Mine will be on the roof, and then clicking it all the way to the other side. Now it is going to keep drawing until you press the escape button, and then it will cut it off there. So you can see on our house image we've got a little bit of a curve on the roof of the patio. Now to make this curve, click on the line or click on anywhere where you want to make the curve. Click on it and right click. And you can see the third option down says define curve. If you click on the define curve, come back to your red square, and all of a sudden we can make this move. So I'll show you again. Let me go remove curve. So again, clicking on it, right click, define curve, click on your red square. Oh, for the third time. Oh, wait. Remove curve. Let's do this again. Define curve. Click on your red square. And then let go. So we've now got that curve sitting there. So it's a really cool little model you can draw. No sphere, no spinner, no stars. We've got a tree. Let's draw a tree over here. Got a tree. Windows are pretty straightforward. We've got a few of them. We've got one there, another one here. Now I can be a bit fancy and again do that polyline and make that curve in the window, but I'm not going to do it here. Windows, if you want to change the number of nodes on any of them, clicking on the model. Lost my mouse. Anyone see it? Okay, hang on, I found it. Stop looking. All right, so you would basically click on the model, change the number of nodes. You can see here you've got your top row of your window, left and right, and your bottom. Generally, your left and right are going to be the same number of nodes. Now coming over to the fun stuff, import is if, in my display I've got imported a custom model that I use. I grabbed it from the official X-Lights Facebook page and saved it and imported it into my display. This is back before I discovered Boscoyo or even discovered extreme lighting displays, and was able to import it from there. I don't know if if you've created your own model, I guess you can import it. But coming over to creating your download, now nothing's going to happen if you don't draw something first. So draw a box and all of a sudden you'll have, thank you, you'll have a window appear, and you've now got an option of selecting a whole bunch of models that Boscoyo Studio provide, and also if you scroll down to the bottom, did I go too far? You've got Gilbert Engineering here as well. So in this display we have got, let's do a search. We've got a reef. Yeah. I think it was this one, and it shows you a picture of what you're actually selecting. If you're going to insert it and bring it over here, clearly too big for that area, so I'll click on one of the corners to bring it down. Again, click on download, draw your window. It brings up this window so you can select through to find what model you purchased from Troy. And what else? We had a star. Finding a star, I think this one was a 46-inch 6-ring, yeah. And then insert model. And this little darling is going to sit on top of my tree. Again, bring it down to size, drag it over. There you go. All right, so let's go. Before we leave there, I'll just show you. when you're doing your sequences, sometimes you might want an effect going over your entire display, and that's where groups come in, or you want to just have just all your models in your garden show. You need to create a group to be able to do that, or you might find that you're going to spend a lot of time sequencing, doing it all individually. So all we're going to do is right click on our display. You can come down to create a group. I'm going to do a whole house or whole display. And you can see in our models list, we've now got a folder that's called whole display. Basically, you need to then select all these models and put it into that folder. To do that, you can see down the bottom, oh, I lost my mouse again. Got it. This is a fun morning. All right, so we're doing an entire display. So it's a matter of selecting all these models. And you can go up to the top. I'm really lost without my mouse. Did I say that? And down the bottom. All right. So you find now, if I go back and click on that whole display, everything highlights, so it tells me exactly what I've got in that folder. And that will then come over to your sequencer too. When you go to start sequencing, you'll see that group sitting there. So, you can then go ahead and create another new folder, and you can call it, not that. All right. Called garden. And then basically, again, coming down here, scrolling through your list of model names, and selecting them to put them into that folder. One other thing I would like to show you is coming in here and changing your properties on your model. So you may not want to call it tree, you may want to call it mega tree, which most people do call them. You can call it whatever you want. Not doing that, mega tree. And then as you're drawing your layout, don't forget to just click save every now and then, or you lose everything that you draw. And I've done that plenty of times. All right, so let's go to our sequencer tab. I'll flick back over to the display that I created earlier. Oh. All right, I've got to watch this mouse. He's a bit cheeky. All right, so I've got a sequence that I've already sort of started here. What I might do is scrap that because I was just having a bit of a play around. So I don't even want to save this name. All right. So just play around with sequencing. Click on new sequence. This will then bring up a small little window. You can choose whether you just want to do an animation, so nothing to music, or you want to actually have something play along to music. Clicking on it, it'll then bring up this window asking for MP3. Oh yeah, yeah, sure. We might actually, yeah, it's a good timing too. We might stop for morning tea, guys. We'll come back and go through sequencer when we come back.
Excellent. Okay, so just outside, there's some morning tea there. We'll just grab that and just jump back. And it's coming in background, so just rip it open and go through light.
Sorry? Classic Suze. That's a bit poo. Are we all still coming in? This is on the wrong side. It's on the wrong side. I can't use my mouse with my left hand. It's all right. Yeah, we should turn it around. Oh, you can't. Are you sure? Is that attached? Oh. Oh boy. All right, we're going to start. Everyone, if you're still outside, move your bum. All right, we're going to continue, guys. I'll wander in, surely. Surely. All right, so we were up to creating a sequence on our display. So basically, to get to this step, I just clicked on creating a sequence. You can do it in File and find create a new sequence, or you can just click on the wherever my mouse is. Come back, here it is. So you can either click up here and create a new sequence there, or click on this icon here. Selecting what, shall we just go through that process again? Let's just do that. So you can click on File, New Sequence, or click on your icon here. Clicking on musical sequence or animation, you guys have just got to go with musical sequence because it just defeats the whole purpose of having this software. All right, so we've got to go and find our music. Mine's buried deep in the depths of my PC. All right, so I've created a folder called music. Nice short one is a song that I use in my display. It's my Tune 2 song. I've just got something scrolling across my matrix with all the details that people can use to tune in. A lot of people you'll find when you go to your show don't realise is actually sequenced to music. So it's good to have something like that. Now this next screen, the blue section down here describes it all. It defines the smallest division in a sequence. Higher frames per second option results in a large file size. So if you can work with a 20 frame per second option, work with that. So most times you should be working with this. There's no real difference in it, in my honest opinion. Some people might argue to differ, but hey, this is my presentation, damn it. All right, so once you click on it, it brings in the music. So you can see along here, this is actually my song. The little smaller bits resemble a quieter part in the song. These loud bits, obviously a louder section. And it's a timeline. This song goes for 30 odd seconds. And you can see here we've got a list of all our models. Down the bottom you can see I've created a few extra folders. I've got a whole house or a whole display folder, a house verticals, and a garden. There's no real rule on how to sequence. Everyone does it differently, and I think that's a beauty in this whole hobby, is that things can be done a number of different ways. You find what works for you, and you know, you can always ask for help if you get stuck anywhere, and there's a plethora of videos on YouTube where you can go to and look up all this stuff a lot further. So let's have a play of the song. It's a good old royalty-free one, so... And that's pretty much how it goes the whole song. So that first section where you can hear the jingle bells, I might want to have arches bouncing along to that. Now we want to import, if you click over here and hover over it, it should give you shows you what the settings are. I thought it would show a bit better than that. So if we go over into timings, and you can do this when you create a new sequence too, but anytime during your sequence, you can import some timing. So remember when I said back at the beginning to download the X-Lights file and also grab the Queen Mary Vamp plugin, this is where it comes in useful, guys. So you can actually select on timings, create new, and you've got a whole bunch of options here. Most people use the beats. And we're also going to go with the bars, I guess, as well. Now you can see in the background here, on our screen, we've got a whole bunch of timing marks or lines that have come up. These resemble the bars. And if we click over here, you've got new timing, beats and bars. If you click on beats, there's a lot more. And these resemble the beats to the song. Now, if we go with this timing mark to create those sleigh bells, it's not going to go to time. You can actually create a new timing track as well, which is what we're going to do. And this will put in markers where you want it to go. So to do that, you right-click, add a timing track. We're just going to call this, I don't know, sleigh bells. Oh. It's really hard working on a difference. Maybe I just won't. Maybe I will just create an empty one just for the sake of moving on. All right, so now I click down to the empty one. There's no timing marks here. So what I'm going to do, go back to the beginning by coming up here. It gets to the start of the sequence. I'm pressing play, and I'm going to hit the letter T on my keyboard, and this will import or put a timing mark on your timeline. So pressing play. Oh, hello, hey. All right. So I put in a whole bunch of timing marks here. I come down to my arches here because I want my arches to bounce to those sleigh bells. I want my arches to bounce to those timing marks I just created. What I'll do in this situation, up here you've got all your options you can choose from, all your effects. I'm not going to go through them all, I don't have time, and this is pretty much another presentation, this whole sequencing. But for this instance, I'd use the VU meter, come down to my arches, there it is, and I'm going to click on the end and drag it. And that drags it along the time, so that makes that effect on my arches play for a longer period. Obviously, clicking and bringing it shorter will only play for half the time. So I wanted it to cover all those timing marks. Clicking on it, we now need to define that effect, tell it what we want it to do. Otherwise, if we press play, no. No, it's on the other screen. I'm going to have nightmares about this mouse tonight. All right. So, yeah, and hit render. So rendering is something you'll hit quite a few times during your sequence. I won't go into detail of what it does, but it's a good thing to do. So it's not showing anything. So we need to come into this effect setting down the bottom. You can click along the grey area and bring it up. And you can see it a little bit better. So what we're going to do is, at the moment, it's all based on the new timing. We want to make it that timing track that we created. It was just an empty timing track. I didn't change it to sleigh bells because, you know, it's just not playing nice. And we're going to come down here. And then the type of effect on that VUE meter, you've got a whole bunch here. I think what we want is Sweep 2. No. And you can see on the model preview what it does for each selection. So you can go through, find what you need. There we go. That's what I kind of... Oh, you want me to do that? Guys, you're asking so much. Can you see it? Okay, it's kind of doing what I want it to do. Mucking around with these settings will get you, you know, what you want. So let's play it. There's a bit of a lag, but you can see my arches are now bouncing to those sleigh bells, and it's all based on that custom timing tracker created. So what I might do, I think I've actually got a sequence I already made where you'll see a whole bunch of open a sequence, where you see a whole bunch of effects that I've already dropped onto. Yeah, in here. Did I do it? Oh, yeah, here we go. So this is the same song. It's got a few more effects. Let's get that out of the way. Get that out of the way. All right. So any of these boxes, you can click and drag. You can even save your view as well. That's another presentation. So on here, you can see a whole bunch of effects. Clearly, these ones go the entire length of the sequence because it starts here, ends here. This is a bars effect. If I click on it, it'll give me a preview on what it's doing. I think that thing is just going through a whole bunch of colors. And this is my matrix. So my matrix has got a few funky little effects on it throughout the timeline. And of course, I've got my archers dancing away here. So let's have a play. You'll see the whole effect. Let me... So it's nothing too fancy, but you can get the idea on how you would go about placing effects. And, defining them is a matter of going through all these options down the bottom. And, I could be here all day and showing you all the different options, but have a play around. Don't be scared of how to sequence, just to get your head around it. And Ben's like rounding me up. But I'm a bit scared to ask if you guys have got any questions. And I think that might go on for a bit longer, but does anyone have any questions? And I think who was David going through importing sequences at a later time today? Yeah, so if you want to learn more about sequencing or importing sequences, Dave's talking a bit later on about it as well. All right, guys, thanks for putting up with me. Hopefully I did good with damage control and be good. Stop it. I didn't.
It's at 11 o'clock, so it's all good. So I'll do my section when I do the round tables. Because I'm doing a section there on tools of the trade.
You're welcome. I'll just leave it here.
The control tab there. So what I'm going to do next is show you the...
freaking hotspot's on and it's not showing up. There we go.
Yeah, we'll do that in the controller boxes and all that, with that all set up. So what I'm talking about is I asked on the forum, because I'm doing controller boxes, does anybody want any hands with that? And Dylan Allison, basically put their hands up and sent me a list of what they need, so we're going to run through that. Yeah, which we will go through that a bit to
Right.
ventilate those controller boxes.
Yeah.
You already know?
Oh, wow. There we go. Welcome everyone to another fantastic meeting we're going to have. So originally when I started by bringing the Buscoya props in and getting the freight, busting the freight down and putting the items out for sale. So if you wanted a snowflake or something else, you didn't want to pay the $300 US shipping fee, it only cost you a few bucks and you can get it from here. So roughly about 3 years ago, the wife and I sat down and we decided to take the gig on full time and spoke to James and from Buscoya Studios, and here we are. We've created a bit of a partnership, and I now cut Buscoya props in Australia. Not only that, at the start of last year, I spoke with Jackie at EFL, and we now start cutting his props here as well. So now I have quite a bit of a range that is available to any Australian who wants to get into prop side of things with chiro cuts. So at the moment, we've got quite a bit, as you can see, with what's around the room. I'm now starting to get into some HD printed props you'll see over the back there. These are actually printed on the chiro, and we get it that way. Makes it a little bit better than just having white all over your house. Unfortunately, it does come with a cost, because the HD prints are not cheap. Yes. So these are the wreaths and the snow, and I've got the snowflakes over the back there too. If you actually want to go and have a look a bit frosty. Yeah. So today I can announce actually, if you look over the back there with my controller, I'm now selling controller kits. So you'll get the box, the base plate, the top plate, all the mounting bracketry, the set handoffs, everything that you need to build a proper controller kit, it's over there. It'll be ready to go. So yeah, that's what I can announce today. So comes with the glands. Yeah, everything that you need will be in the box. So you just have to supply your controllers and your own power wire, and you can off you go. So it'll be done in a few different ways. There'll be a lot of options on the website. So you can only, if you want 16 outputs or 32 outputs or expansion boards or anything like that, put onto the top plate. It'll all be there ready to go for when you get it. That one over there has actually got a pie in it as well, and an output for the FM transmitter as well. So it's a complete, ready to go, 32 output controller box. If anyone wants to have a look. Pixel strips. Now, unfortunately now, what I've been told is there might be a price rise on the strip coming up very shortly. Simple fact is, America's gone into a bit of a taxation office, and the actual price of the raw material has gone up 28%. So we may be seeing a price rise on the strip very shortly. But I've got heaps. Buy now. Yes. It's gone to sleep, hasn't it? Brand new laptop, don't know. Yeah, I will after. A new great product that's from Jackie. You'll see Ben over there. Unfortunately, they're sold already to Sue. She got Lisco down in an hour to have those done. These are called selfie wings. You can put them on a mat, on a mount, and you can have people come up to your show and take a selfie with the wings out beside them. So it's a brilliant option. Brilliant option. As you can see over the back there, we've got the Bluey collection. Every kid's fantasy is to see Bluey on a light show. And thanks to Boy up in Queensland, we have that opportunity. But yes. Right next to Ben now, that's our brand new prop that I've designed actually. It's the Starburst spinner wreath, and that one there. Simon down at Tasmania is working on the models for me. It'll be completely sub-modelled. There'll be about 40 sub-models in that thing by the time Simon's finished with it. And hopefully if James picks it up, it'll be available in the US very shortly, and Simon will have it in his mapping for his sequences. So that'll be pretty cool. What else we got there? Oh, TIE Fighter. Anyone into Star Wars? Halloween, it's perfect. It's pretty cool. Well, you can do that too. You can do that too. Our most dense prop that we have in the line for a 47 inch or a 1.2 metre prop is our Mesmerizer, and that's what Ben's right next to now. It's 1,127 nodes of pure viewing pleasure. With the nodes in it, I can tell you right now, it's 11.37 kilos.
Did that come with the pixels?
Does it come with the crane to hold it?
I just got some of those Tri garden stakes, big metal ones from Bunnings, and just hammered it in and star pickets, exactly. Yeah, so you can put it up as high as you want, and I put actually just a rope across the whole prop, screwed in from the back, and just it held it quite well. Yep. But yes, it's 11.37 kilos, fully built, ready to go. Now, another thing that's a bit of an elephant in the room is pixel shortages. Has anyone heard of that? Yeah. Okay, yes, the rumour is true. There is a chip shortage for the WS2811 chip. Does it mean that you won't get pixels? No, you will still get your pixels. But if you order 100,000, they will kindly say no. But if you order 10,000, unfortunately there is a bit of a cost increase now, but you will still get your pixels. So don't be scared. Don't think there's no pixels out there at the moment. There is some, just don't be greedy. Yes, yeah. Don't come to us in November, I want 10,000 pixels. Yeah, mate, it's a bit late. Other than that, I hope you guys have a really good show. Oh yeah, sorry. You can see, freaking now I'm rude. Sorry. We have the Lego dude over the back, and it's been modified with a button on it. And what does the button do?
I put that in my show because being one of the neighbours and all that with music blaring. It's a push. You press that now, it should be music that's going through.
So that's working on the FPP buttons?
Yeah, no, it's bigger button from one of the bloody displays. And there was a push to talk on one of the forums, and I was trying to find it last night, cut it out.
Yep.
Couldn't find it bloody anywhere. There's just a little controller in there. If you looked at it and all the time and all that, and no one knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
There was a time delay that used to be used for something similar stuff.
Yeah.
And a tiny little amp. So I just had that plugged into the show computer. So you get out the display, so press that, and it plays the music to the sequence that's going for 5 minutes.
Yes.
Set that time whenever you want it to. So that's set for 5 minutes, so we should get a decent song or two in, and it shuts down.
So if you don't want to annoy you at Neighbours Christmas, there's always options. You can have a button just to press the to get your stereo going. Yeah, awesome. These people like myself, I've got these speakers like this out the front, and my neighbours love it, so they'd have to. But another big thing, sorry, I forgot to mention as well, is over last Christmas, everyone would have heard of pixel fires, bit of safety. As of next order, all my Cora will be coming out with a fire retardant built into it, so it will not burn. It will burn, but as soon as the initial source is gone, it will stop burning. So if you do have a pixel fire, it'll go out pretty much after the pixel's been, after it's gone away from the pixel. How did a pixel catch on fire?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like I didn't even hear about pixel fires.
There was a vendor out there that had an issue with the epoxy in it,
Oh, okay.
and when that epoxy got hot, it lit. So it didn't pop any fuses. The gentleman that had the show going, he's very, very safety conscious. A lot of fuses in his show, didn't pop, and he had a big fire on his roof. So as Coro vendors, we've got to step up, and that's what we've done. So next order, the Coro will be fully fire retardant, so it'll be safer. Unfortunately, it comes with a cost, but like anything. But please, if you've got an idea for anything either, if you want something done for your show, I'm always ears open. I'm always up for custom stuff. It's quite easy for myself now to design stuff. So you come with a picture, except there's a guy in Western Australia that's given me a picture that's pretty out there, and I've still got my head around it. But we will get there. Yeah, I've done matrix panels for Red this weekend. So if you're in need of anything, just holler, send me an email. We'll get it done.
Darryl would like to ask questions, bro.
I don't want to look that way. Yes. No. Oh, money talks. Money talks, and the freight does too. Like, can you imagine what one prop would be to freight? Well, you know, because you don't get your stuff cut. So, no, Simon, if you're here, you're listening. Simon, no, pre-pushed, no. All right.
Any tips on pushing pixels into your Cora?
Oh. Pixel pliers are your best friend. Pixel pliers, I've got some up the back there for sale. Kids, Happy Meals are even better. In that box where my bag is, Ben. I don't know. I'm in the middle of actually changing my freight calculator. The company I've been using has been pretty ordinary lately, so I've changed companies, and they're actually working with me to get the freight right. So the last freight company only gave me 5 box sizes, so it was very rarely it was correct. Most of the time it was always undercharging, so it was a cost on me. But now with this new one, I've got 27 box sizes already in there, so I'm hoping that it's going to be a lot better. It has been a burden on me, yeah, because people want to see that cost up front. Wasn't there, Ben? They're in the boxes in the box. Yeah, in that one there. Sorry. They've got nice packaging now. Yes, they're over there. So yes, my Pixel Play's come in nice packaging now. The best $10 you'll ever spend in your life. Yes, Darryl. Yeah, I've got plenty of things for sale. They're all up the back. Thank you for that.
What sort of price range?
$4 for your pixel strip, right up to $90. $100 for the wings, but they're sold. Bad luck. Of course, yep. The Louis family altogether, all four of them, is $280. Yes. For the 2 wings, yep, $100. What? You wing the wong? Yeah. It's pretty cool to have that, you know, that interaction with the families that come to watch your show, you know.
We were surprised last Christmas with the amount of people just coming up into our driveway looking at seeing the shop start, because as I said, we only had 3 pixel things that do nothing spectacular there. Just standing in front of the rainfall lights taking photos,
Yeah.
that'd be a good incentive.
Yep. And they look really, really cool lit up. Yeah. Yes. Yes, mate. Yep. No, they're on my website. I have an X models drop on my website, and it's all based in there. Yep. I have handed everything over to James to try to get put onto X lights, but yeah, it's to be done yet. So. Yep. No, we try to model it when we can. Like that one there, I've actually sent that to Simon. So as soon as I get that one back from Simon, I'm waiting for the model. As soon as I get it back, I'll put it on the website so everyone can download it and play with it. It's the beauty about the download tool in X-Lights. You can download these models, put them on your house, and if you like it or not, you can delete it and not buy the prop. So when you're set on your layout, you can actually come to the website and buy as much crow as you can.
I think Simon's waiting on the pre-pushed pixels.
Oh, Simon's waiting on a pre-pushed. Yeah. Simon, no. No, mate, no. No. There's a bit of a backlog this week, but I'll run through it within a week. So usually if you get an order in, a couple of days it'll be in the mail. Yeah. We can talk.
Hey, Troy, it's on X-Lights Blue. No, sorry. I went to your website, I had it downloaded the
Yeah.
thing and just put it.
Yeah.
Excellent. So with those black horizons, do they come split?
Yes. But you do have an option not to get it slit. Ask Daryl. He doesn't like anything cut. So it's just the freight cost. Yeah.
Just let us know, our weakness is popping up there.
Candy canes. If I've got a stack of 50 candy canes, they're gone.
Any questions?
Any questions at all? Yes, over the back. Sorry, I answer questions, not idiotic.
We did say there wasn't such thing as a stupid question.
Well, thanks for your time, guys. It's been, but please take in as much information as you can from these minis because they're absolutely brilliant.
We've got 10 minutes to the round table, so we'll switch to what we do. Alright guys, round time's going to start in a minute, so if you want to make it to your different spots, that'd be great. Thank you.
Give them a minute and start. That should be good. Now, working on it, I'm not quite sure. All right, for the guys who want to do interface X lights, I'm going to make a start in about 30 seconds. So it's a pretty noisy room. You can bring your chairs up a bit more forward if you want to have a closer look. Yeah, I'll go through it all and then we'll come back and go through the questions. All right, I'm going to make a start for my guys. So I suppose one of the things I looked at is I'm fairly new to X-Lights. Been in it for about 12 months. But I looked at how I was doing my sequencing and how efficient I was about it. And with X-Lights, you know, there's lots and lots of effects up there. But do you really use them all? How do you interface them properly? And I went out and had a look around and went, look, I'm kind of forgetful in a lot of ways, so how could I improve the efficiency of the workflows? And I basically went in to a Zoom room with a few people. We did a bit of brainstorming and we come up with a few possibilities, and we added on to those possibilities over time. So what I'm going to do is just going to go through. The first little intro I'm going to show is a little intro that was done by Phil Littlewood. Phil's based out of Portugal. He's one of the guys who's been really active in this environment, in this touch portal environment, and this key bindings and all that stuff. So hopefully this is not too loud. Yeah, sorry, I'm not controlling. So that's a little intro. So really the development team, as I started off myself, Philip's come online as well. And obviously there's lots of people in the Zoom room. So if you've never been in the X-Lights Zoom room, definitely get in there. They're all out there to give you like a ton of support. I spent a lot of time in there. The Zoom room I call my creativity crew, because they always tell me when I've come up with really crappy ideas, well, they say, yeah, great, you know, and go from there. So really concept I've come up with. A lot of been really busy working on it, and Phil Littlewood, Portugal, as I said, he's come online and done a lot of the graphics and really taken it to another level above what I even truly imagined it would be. So what I really looked at is, why did I want to design this platform? You know, and for me it was definitely remembering the icons and the effects pictures. I don't know how everyone else goes, but for me I'm scrolling my mouse left and right across the 40 odd icons trying to find out which one I want. And I thought, oh look, you know, there's got to be an easier way than that. You know, how can I interface something? And I basically went through that and I looked at the key bindings. I'm hopeless once again, can never remember key bindings, pressed all these shortcut keys, didn't get what I want. Then I looked at the speed up of the workflow and the processes, you know, because we want to always change things around. We're always dabbling in different setups to try and make it. So I looked at that as well. And what I thought was really good was increasing my creativity, because I had all these effects that I could see what they were. I could now try some different effects. And my last one is, yeah, I'm getting old and forgetful. I can't remember anything anymore. So first thing I really looked at was, how could I do it in a hardware platform? And I looked at the Stream Deck 32, which is what a lot of the online streamers do. And it's about $400 Australian. It's a little USB device that sits out the side. It works perfectly fine, but it's only got 32 keys. Okay? 32 keys is not a lot when you've got 40 effects in X-Lite straight up. Okay? But it's still a functional possibility, and there's no reason why people can't use that one. The other side I looked at was on the cheaper range, which is the programmable keyboards. Now, I went through this, did a lot of reading, a lot of research into this, and what a lot of people do was they actually would have little, they'd go and laminate up a little picture icon and stick it to the keyboard, and then they'd program the keyboard up to interface X-Lights. It works fine, it's not an issue, and the price range is good, so if you're using certain keys or if you've got really good memory, you could use a programmable keyboard along that line. So I really went down that track, looked at them, and thought, you know, what is actually possible in this environment. But then it came along, out of the Zoom room, which is the idea came up with, was how would we do it in software? You know, everyone's pretty much got a tablet these days. And we looked at Stream Deck Mobile, which is basically the software version. But, you know, it was on an iPhone or an Android phone. It was limited on the buttons again. And then out of an idea come out of it by a gentleman named by Paul B out of the Zoom room, he came up with, he said, go and have a look at Touch Portal. Okay, so we went down into Touch Portal and really had a look at Touch Portal. Touch Portal is great, it allows us to do multiple pages, and we could have up to 110 buttons per page. Okay, so that went, wow, really good idea. So how does it all really come together? So we all know about the key binding files in X-Lights. Okay? And basically, what the Touch Portal app does is, it just basically, you press a button on your tablet, and that basically runs the key sequence on your computer, all right, or your key bindings. Now, this unfortunately is pretty low there, and you can see there we've got all those key bindings done up there, and what we did was we just added to them, and we added, and we keep adding to them. Now, the whole Touch Portal thing is something that's still really in development. It's not an end solution at the moment, but it's very close. But the thing about it is you can tailor it to what suits your needs. If you're someone who likes to set particular key sequences or macros or anything like that, then you can tailor it to suit yourself. On some of the picture icons here, I don't use servos, and Philip doesn't use servos, so we didn't put in the picture icon. But if you use servos, then yes, you could actually put that in and add those key bindings up. And I'll go through this a little bit more in depth. So there's a couple of things in X-Lights which is a little bit not known. Some of the keyboard shortcuts are hard-coded into the software. So they're already key bind, you can't change those key bindings. You find them in the manual, you're not going to actually find them in the key binding files. So the one I got there is Control Shift left arrow and right arrow, which I've got in red underline, is expanding effects to the next timing mark or the end of the timing mark. And we can go through that and show you a little bit. And then some of the other ones are just your standard ones you use every day. And what I've done here is with this particular one, I've shown you two sequences, and these are two butterfly sequences. The top one is a custom one, and we can actually bind that top one to a single press on your keyboard or on the tablet. So if I wanted to use that butterfly effect with all those maybe fade ins, fade outs, or whatever I want, I could actually bind that actually up. And that's what I'm kind of showing there is between the top and the bottom one. They're identical, but this is the bit that I'm going to paste in a little bit later on into the key binding file, and I'm actually going to create that, and with a single press I can put it on a screen. Like questions? Any questions so far, or is that all making sense? Yep. Concept looks really interesting? Yep. It takes a little bit to get your head around, but it's basically the tablet uses software on the computer. The software on the computer basically just generates the keyboard commands as you are typing it on the computer. So this is where, in this arrow here, is up in there, is the effects settings, and that's where you can paste it. So there's effects settings, and effects, and there's apply settings. So on this particular tablet app, which I'll go through a little bit more in a sec, which should be the next guide, is I can do fade in and fade out, obviously off a keyboard, and I've mapped them up. And we'll go through and we'll do a few of these. So this is my setup at home. So that's the way I have my tablet sitting up and running. And basically what happens is it sits to my left hand, because I'm generally left-handed, and I'll just highlight on the timeline what I want. I'll press the picture icon that I want, and that will drop that effect on there, or that'll apply that setting to the environment that I want to have a play around with. Okay, hopefully you can see that one. So this is pretty much the latest tablet interface that we're running at the moment. Philip Littlewood has designed this one. He's done an absolute excellent job of the GIFs. And what we did was, when we came up to looking at this one, we looked at it and the picture icons didn't really make a lot of sense to us. So what Philip done, and we had some discussions around it, was he's actually put the naming in there, which makes life a lot easier. And we've just changed some of the icons around just to make it a little bit more relevant. And you know, there's a few GIFs and that in there as well. So with this now, it makes me use all those effects and effectively use them. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see some of the other stuff there. We've got, you know, you can add a layer above, you can add a layer below. You can align two effects, the start alignment, the end alignment, or both alignment. You can fade in and out. You can do all this stuff. This is fully programmable. This is just a version that we've been working on. You can create your own version, okay? The best thing about the Touch Portal app is it's actually only $25 Australian for a lifetime usage. So you basically buy it once, you can set it all up. What else do I have down there? 110 buttons. So where Touch Portal was originally designed was around the OBS streaming platforms. The gamers and the streamers would have a tablet out to the side. They can start and stop their streams. So as well as doing the X-Lite stuff, it can do the OBS stuff. It can actually do different commands like HTTP gets and ghosts and puts. And what that'll come into a little bit relevance later on is that Daryl will be doing a session on using a phone or that to interface FPP. And the Touch Portal can do that as well. And I'll show you a concept that what I've got drawing up at the moment, and how that may do it, and some ideas around that. Okay, so a little bit of a demonstration is that you can see here, here's my tablet. I got a 3D printer, so I just 3D printed my stand. And here's my physical tablet here. Okay, and it's all active. Now, if I really want to get clever with the Touch Portal software, when I run different applications, Touch Portal can actually change the screen to suit that application. So if I was working in an Audacity environment, the minute I brought the Audacity software up, Touch Portal would change me to the Audacity touch panel interface if I wanted to do it. Or however I want to run it, I can program that all actually into it. And hopefully I can jump out of this now. It's not going to come up. Just got to change my display settings. I think it's just extended it out. Yeah, it's still being difficult. Try again. Okay, so this is the software side of the Touch Portal. And as you can see here, you can lay this out. You can make buttons bigger and smaller. So if I wanted to take this this preview over here, I can click and drag it over here. And the minute I just refresh my tablet, my home button's moved over my tablet. I can make these buttons in smaller or larger. I can do all sorts of changes like that. But in a nutshell, if you want to have a look at something nice and simple, so we're just going to look at the pinwheel effect. And in the pinwheel effect is the graphics are up the top there. The button settings are all down the right, how you want to manipulate the buttons, background colors, all that other stuff to make it pretty. But you can see over here is that at this stage, I've just got it set up as a virtual key press on my keyboard, and it's just a low-level key press at P. So whenever I touch that on my screen on Touch Portal, it just emulates pushing of the P button on my computer. Now, if you want to get really clever, and this is where Touch Portal is hugely expandable, you can start and stop applications. You can come down here, you can do HTTPs. There's OBSs, there's streaming, there's Twitter, there's Twitch. Whatever you want to do, you can basically use this application to interface it.
So will this be able to interface like things with interactive shade sites and stuff like that?
Interactive shader sites?
You know, when you do like a shader effect or something like that, you know, you normally go to the websites that have those different shaders and stuff, and you...
It can call up with the key binding, so it'll call up the shader, but it wouldn't be able to select it for you. You probably could make it do it, but that's probably another level again. Possibly. I'd have to have a think about it. But basically imagine if you can access it off your keyboard without using your mouse, then Touch Portal will be able to interface it. Is it pretty much what it does, and that's what it emulates. So, as I said, there's lots of advanced stuff. You can code right down into like PowerShell scriptings and batch files and all sorts of stuff. So it's really endless to what you can create out of it. It's really just your knowledge of the software, the programming, and how to interface it. So that's that one. You can see the fade in and fade out here. We've keybind that in X-Lights into a Shift-Alt-U. And what we're going to do now is we're just going to go in and have a look on how we might do it. So what I've got here is just a simple sequence. Nothing too special about it. And on my tablet here, I'm just going to hit the bars button. And there it's just dropped my bars straight in there for me. So now I'm going to go, actually I want to go a layer below. So I've just put a layer below. I actually want to put a layer above. So now I've just put a layer above. Now I come down here and I actually go, I want this one. Just pull this down. And up in here you can see I've got it as a normal. I actually want to go create it a true unmask. So on my tablet here I can basically just hit one and now I've got a true unmask. Straight off my tablet. I can lock effects. In this case, if I just pull this slider in a little bit here, so what I'm looking at this effect here, and I say I want to fill it to the left. I just simply click a button, I fill it to the left. I want to move it over to the timing mark to the left. So once again, I just hit it again and it jumps over to the timing mark again. And I can keep taking them out. This particular one, I'm like, I want to do a fade in. Yeah, so I've set this up, a 1 second fade in. Click the button, now I've got my fade in done. All right, I want to do a fade out. I can do my fade out.
The question on those fade in and fade out, so you've got that set for 1 second.
Correct.
Can you also make it on the Touch Portal like a slider so you can actually change the...
You can set different time parameters and map them up, but eventually it's basically just emulating the keyboard. So you might say fade 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever you want. You could have them mapped up if you wanted to and just create those key bindings. So that's generally how it works in an overarching thing. And what I'll do is I'll let you guys come up and have a play. If you want in a minute, I'll turn it around and you can sit down there and have a look at it. The possibilities are really endless of what you can actually achieve with it. It's really up to your imagination. I'll just go back to my PowerPoint. So what are some of the next steps? What we're looking at doing is releasing the file. So there's two files you need. It's the Touch Portal file and the key bindings file. So all you do is you basically load the key bindings file into your Xlights directory, and you grab the touch portal file, you load it, and you're away and going. Well, everything. It's one file, it's basically just loaded up and away you go. So with 2 files, you can basically have this operational. All right?
So if you download the software on a PC,
Yep.
I have multiple screens, can I get will the file work on the same PC or same Mac?
It'll work on, it basically what it does is that the Touch Portal app is when you link it up, it basically says it's going to run in the Xlights program. So it brings up that screen, and then you interface it as you were using the keyboard within Xlights. I think I answered your question. I'm not sure. Oh, okay, yep. So it is possible. I haven't tried it yet, but this is kind of, because it's in development, this is part of getting the feedback from you guys today, is where to actually take this. You can use like the emulators, so you could use like an Android emulator like Nox, and you could have that up on your other screen as well. I'm sure there's other software out there that would just keyboard emulate natively within Windows without basically taking it to like an emulator. I haven't really looked into that environment yet, to be honest, but it's a valid question. It's something we can definitely look at and take going forward. But yeah, look, it is a great idea. Hopefully a lot of this would be lovely if you could do this actually within Xlights as well. Like literally set up your own little graphics and your own little key binding files. So at the moment we're pulling this out of Xlights, but wouldn't it be great if it was a possibility to have all this so you could customize your own little ones back within Xlights to suit your own environment? Maybe that's something of the future, I don't know. Yeah. Yep. So what I'm looking at doing is, and this is really just getting into a group discussion now, is what else can we do? And this is off Muddy Creek's Christmas. He's one of the first guys I've seen in the world to actually have this. But I suppose what my thought around this is, because Touch Portal can interface like an FPP environment. So I've got, Troy finally cut me a set of Coro wings, which is awesome. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a Touch Portal outside, and I'm going to have 5 or 6 sequences on it. And the idea is to have those 5 or 6 sequences out there, and when people want to come up for a photo, they can pick one of the 5 or 6 sequences they want. With Touch Portal, it's going to have some brightness settings, so you know your pixels can be between 0 and 100. I'm going to have a couple of spotlights down the front is the idea, and with those little spotlights just highlighting the person to try and get the image balanced right for an iPhone. And then on the tablet I can turn those spotlights up or down, or I can change colours. So literally, if someone wants to do a selfie with the selfie wings, I can give them the effects they want, and I can try and get them to get the best photo. And this is basically interfacing. This is part of what Daryl's going to do later on, so I'm not going to steal his thunder, but this is just something that is very new in the thought concept of how we could use Touch Portal or environment tablets like this or other software to interface Xlights and make ourselves more efficient. Any questions? The file, virtually nothing. It's still up for discussion. Philip is, Littlewood is an absolute person who is all about bettering the community, and I've worked with him. He's an excellent guy, and put it this way, whatever happens in the file, it'll be non-for-profit in every way. All right? Now, because Phil's done a lot of this environment, I'm not going to say yay or nay on it all. We've had some brief discussions, but it will, whatever it is, it'll be so insignificant, it'll be irrelevant. Sorry? He has spent a lot of time in this. I originally just had the original, I pulled them off Xlights, the original icons, I put them on there, and basically Philip turned around and turned that, what you see, into this. So he's done all the background effects and stuff, so absolute amazing credit to the gentleman and the amount of time he's spent on this. Any other questions? Does anyone want to have a play around with it? look at the touch interface a bit closer.
I actually have a question. Can
Yep.
you actually, can you use this touch portal thing to actually edit the effects on the props live kind of thing? So like you've got your house all set up and then you want to say, okay, I want to see what this effect looks like when you're like outside looking at your house.
In X-Lights. So this interface is X-Lights. So if you're basically outputting from X-Lights and you're doing that and you had a highlighter, because obviously when I'm doing some of these keys here, I've actually got the effect highlighted. So, but it's really, as I said, it's open to the imagination of what it's really, what's the limitation of the software, the interface, key bindings and all that stuff. So I'll just go through a little bit of stuff that people may not know about X-Lights. I'm just going to delete this one out. So I've got my butterfly effect here. And what X-Lights does is when I actually copy this here, and I'm going to go copy, and I'm just going to open it up into a notepad. So I've just copied that effect and now I've pasted it into the notepad. So to create this, and let me just squeeze that around a bit. That's all the data in the background that goes into creating the butterfly effect and tells it where it is and the color palettes and all that sort of stuff. Okay, so I can actually extract part of that out if I wanted to, and that's what I was going to show you back here is in the PowerPoint presentation back. So this one here is that butterfly effect. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go Control C. I'm going to copy that because it's already done. I'm going to come into X-Lights. I'm going to say in X-Lights, I want to do a new key binding for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say I'm going to add an effect. And I'm going to call this effect the butterfly effect. And then I'm just going to paste that effect setting in there. And now I've got to call it, I'm just going to call it X. And what X will do is actually it'll break it here because the text one's there as well. So I'm just going to delete that. Close that. I don't know if that's stuck. So you can see down there, I've got that one mapped up now. Unfortunately, there's a little bug in X-Lights that I actually have to slide this because this is so wide in the actual naming convention. I've got to slide out to get the close. Now, if I actually just hit X, which is the text one on here, you can see I've dropped that butterfly, that custom butterfly effect in there on my screen. And I can change them around with palettes and all sorts of stuff. So that's a way of customizing stuff for your own benefit. The other one in key bindings here, as you'll see down here, these key bindings here, so it's, layer method subtractive, and these are all bound to keys. And you can do this yourself. You don't have to have touch portal. If you're really good on keyboards, you can bind all them up yourself to speed up the process. Someone asked about the fade in and fade out. You can see that one there, that key binding there is a fade in of 1 second and a fade out of 1 second. You can create them at 2, 3, 4 seconds, however you want to do those fades. You can basically customize them and do those macros. Once again, I'm going to delete that. Yeah, and we've asked a little bit of, and we're in early discussions with some of the developers, and we're floating the idea is there is the actual F13 to F24 key set, which is the virtual keys. You don't find them on a keyboard, but you can map macros to them. So instead of stealing the keys off that, then maybe we're going to use F13 to F24, and then you've got Shift and Alt and all the other ones in there just to add them so you're not mucking around with the original thing. The idea is when we interface this is we're not mucking around with the actual original key binding file. So anyone who's using the original key binding file and using those shortcuts, we don't want to change that. We just want to value add to it. Any other questions? Sorry? Sorry. Not that I know of. It is. You can bind on it. Yeah. So if you want to have a look at the interface, just a little bit of close up.
So how does that, so this talks to
So at the moment, what's happening is the tablet's talking to a little Wi-Fi access point here. The access point's just plugged into my computer. They've just got to be on the same network, okay? And that's how it works. So Touch Portal is basically running in the background as well. So here you've got X-Lights running here, and here you've got Touch Portal running here. So if someone wanted to put on an effect now, you can just click your effects and away you go.
Between these guys, I'm glad you've all got over your little spat.
It was actually nothing.
I know.
It was all just, yeah.
And then in Zoom the other day, they were having a big whinge about it. And that was like, what the heck?
It wasn't. Sorry? Well, no, the app's actually on, you pay the money for the tablet side of it. So well, you can download it and run it on your computer. There is a free version of Touch Portal, but you're limited to about 4 odd buttons or 6 buttons, so you can have a muck around with it. So if you buy it on Android or whatever. Which one? Yep. Quite possibly, yeah. It's something, look, as I said, it's really in the development lab at the moment. It's not correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then when it says, because obviously, like you said, it's like $25 or something. And then you in-app purchases afterwards to do that, is it?
Yeah, just basically, yeah, there's a free version. You go in there, you just buy the professional version, the in-app, and you buy it, and then it just adds to it. It frees up the functionality.
Yeah, right, okay.
Basically.
Yeah, sweet.
But as I said, look, it's nowhere near, it's in a kind of beta release at the moment, I suppose, and it's not meant to release, replace true interfacing like mouse and keyboards and that, but it's just an idea of trying to speed up and a concept of trying to speed a few things up. You know, and even on today, you just learn things where, hey, I might want to put the up-down arrows, just my normal up-down arrows. So on that, you can scroll up and down and add effects on and stuff like that. But mainly the concept was came about by actually trying to use all the effects properly, you know, and have pop-up windows and stuff that we don't use all the time.
Yeah, all like go through that.
Yep. Yes, so with the Nox, it's an emulator, it's an Android emulator. Technically, it's been thought about and commented on, but I haven't seen it implemented yet. You could buy the app from Google Play Store for Android, run the Nox emulator, and literally emulate that as well. Is a possibility. If you had an Android phone or an Android tablet, that would do best of both worlds. Or alternatively, you could probably find a similar piece of software that would just run in Windows as a keyboard macro simulator and take out the actual, not use Touch Portal at all. It might be another application that just does a macro stuff. And that's a possibility as well. But haven't gone down that. As I said, ideally, I think the ultimate world would be, hey, if you could create your own ones within X-Lights, right, and have your breakout screen. And this is something that's come up today from just discussions, because I said this is just when I originally designed this was my concept, my thought, and it's kind of just keeps snowballing and snowballing. And part of the thing today was where do we take it? Where do people see benefit from it?
When I first saw Philip's video, I thought, well, that's really cool. There's a lot of people who would be able to work with that.
Yep.
I'm not sure I would, but definitely a lot of people, it's going to speed up their sequencing heaps. And just like the visual graphics, as you said, I'm forever going.
Yeah.
Up there would be so. But then you lose your screen space unless you've got a giant.
But what would be nice is, and this is why maybe, who knows down the track if this grows, is, as you say, like the value curves, it's a pop-out window. Could you do a pop-out window of those effects, drag it out to the side that was hard-coded within X-Lights, and then program up? No, I'm just saying, as an idea. Like,
You can have multiple pages on this, can't you?
yes.
So you just go value curve. Can you make that a button? So on the main screen, you press a button and it goes to the next screen. Is that how?
You can do it. So this hasn't got it because we're just using a single page. But if you want to go down here, like there's elements, there's previews, there's render alls. I did have a value curve on it, but this is the new release. There is, you can do that. Yep, but what you can do is, because value curves are a pop-up, you could actually just press a button on here and it'll pop up the value curves on your screen as well within that, because there's value curves within there. Yeah, so, but yes, you could add more screens in there and go over to a value curve string. But remember, it's really what you can bind via keys. That's the secret, is just key binding and basically pretending what you're typing in on a keyboard. That's effectively all it's simulating. Yep, and within Touch Portal, you can link it to the exe file, right? So what happens is if you go and flip over to Audacity, it will flip that. If you've got an Audacity screen, it'll just flip you straight over to Audacity or Photoshop or OBS or Zoom. And yes, they do home automation systems in it. This actually supports the Philips Hue interface straight up. So if you've got the Philips lights, I believe they're expensive, but you can do that. Because it does the HTTP stuff as well, a lot of home automation will interface those commands as well. So simply you can do all that as well. It's pretty much...
As I said to you before, when I first saw you guys use this a few weeks back, downloaded it and had a quick play with it, and it was pretty cool. And then went, those graphics, that would take me a whole year. Those graphics alone, to me, are worth it.
Oh, what Phil's done in there is absolutely astronomical. That's it. Yeah, but and we will release them, and that is the idea. The reason why we wound it back a little bit a couple of weeks ago is because we actually wanted something that, I'm just going to say, we can take to market in a way, something that we could release to people, because we're kind of putting a stake in front of all these people and saying, hey, check this out. And everyone's like, wow, this is really great. But we didn't really have something that was releasable in a way that we wanted to hand it out to people and say, here you go, have a go at this, give us your feedback. So...
So there's another program called Touch OSC, which is the OSC. It's called Touch OSC. There's OSC, which I can never remember what it stands for. It's just a way, it's a way that you can communicate between different machines. And there's an app called Touch OSC, which is free. Same deal. Touch OSC goes on your tablet. Then there's an editor for your computer, the same as this. And again, you can just write buttons and do things. So. Last year, I got my tablet out, Touch OSC, I've got 3 buttons on it for the 3 most popular programs, and a bunch of buttons with colours, and I could just press it and it would turn the whole thing to a colour, volume and brightness as sliders. So you can do all that. Touch OSC is actually better if you want to control the display live, because that will actually, because I was running the X schedule, I was able to talk to, I don't know about everything
Well, FPP has an API interface, right, with HTTP commands. And Daryl's covering off on that, so that's why I haven't gone into that environment. But when you see Daryl's presentation later on, Touch Portal can do the same thing. Okay, and when you have a look at Daryl's, you'll go, oh wow, that's really cool.
Because you can put more buttons and stuff on Touch Portal than you can with Touch OS.
Yeah, look, it's really endless of what you can achieve. But basically, you can interface all sorts of software by API interfaces and that, and PowerShell and scripting and all that stuff. As I said, it just depends on how advanced you want to go. I've seen Touch Portal, there's a couple of screens on there where they're actually doing the home automation stuff on it. Predominantly, it's like an OBS platform for all the streamers and all that stuff, but a lot of the DaVinci, video editing, Photoshop, there's predefined interfaces already. You literally just go to their website, download them, open it up, bang, you're done. So what we really wanted to achieve was something where paste this file in here, download this file, run it, you're done. It just works.
Touch Portal, whoever they are, as you said, they've got the preloaded for various programs. Is there any way that you can then, once you guys have got yours developed to a stage for you to upload to them?
I would imagine so. We haven't gone down that track yet because it's just a tight-knit community. Yeah.
There's the Xbox one ready to go rather than having to come to you guys.
Yeah, and they could be a delivery platform for the actual image. And that might be, look, as I said, it's in a beta format. Like, it is really just very new to the market, as you've seen. And it's, you know, how do we get it out to people? How do we manage it? How do we give them the updates? What icons do we want to give them? Because we may not have them all in there. You know, what's really that? Some of the icons have actually, Philip had a discussion with Philip a couple of days ago. He's like, you know, this worked really well, but, you know, I may want to touch these up a little bit. They're working 90%, but are they really giving a true representation? So it's, as I said, it's a development. It's really under development and seeking a lot of input and feedback and stuff like that, you know, and taking it in different ways. A key. If you can bind it to a key, then yes. I'm just trying to think.
If you could press a key on the keyboard to do something.
Yeah, that's basically all. That's all it's basically doing, is effectively just into a pretty picture that makes a lot more sense, with some text under it, so people like me or are friggin' forgetful can actually go, oh yeah, that's the text one. Like the Garlands one is a very hard one to understand as a graphics file. Sorry, as on the original Xlights graphics, it's hard to see. And some of the snowflakes the snowflakes and the snowstorms are very close together. You know, and they're hard to pick. So one of the things that happened was, and Philip kind of tried to develop a little bit to try and get a little bit of, make it a bit more easier to actually select the correct one without, you know, having to go through and wait for all the text to actually pop up and come online. But I think what one of the gentlemen said, that I'm not even sure who come up with the idea, is that wouldn't it be great that if you could have a breakout box that you customise yourself with all the little push buttons? Yeah, like literally, you know, like you might pop up the value curve box, or you break out a window out to the side because you've got the widescreen, and that just has, you know, might be a 64 box matrix. You can say, oh, here's the actual picture I want in there, and I just want to take it to that key binding within Xlights, and that might be, you know, in the key bindings where you've got all the things, it might be breakout box 1 to 64. So you literally would just go 1 to 64, it's all hard coded in. So, you know, there's so much opportunity and there's so many different ways it can be taken. Who knows what the future will bring? That's why it's really open to what happens. Running in the background. Correct. Correct. So this software is basically just, the tablet just acts as an interface between the actual tablet and the software that's on the computer. The engine is pretty much the software on the computer. It's the one that's doing all the hard lifting, so to speak. Not that I've seen. So you could put that... Well, most of the stuff that I've seen is generally done by covers. So you would put your tablet into a security cover, and that would stop you accessing the buttons and the home buttons and stuff like that. But Touch Portal was never really designed to be deployed into a secure or an uninsecure environment. It was more designed to be your add-on sitting beside your computer.
I know with the Apple devices, you put them into kiosk mode,
Yep.
which only gives you whatever one app you're able to use. So you can put that into kiosk mode, but that's the only screen that anyone, so there's no chance that the other press home buttons or
Yeah.
any fancy things to get to you underlying.
And I think in the Apple ones you can draw a box or something where you can say that only the touch works in this area as well, and you can lock it out. There is platforms within that. Yeah, I'm just trying to think, but I know on my daughter's phones you can do certain things on them. So look, it's all just a possibility. No. As I said, it's only been around for, I know, 2 to 3 months now in concept from where it's originally designed from. No, the Touch Portal, the interface between Touch Portal and X-Lights is something that's only come up a couple of months ago through discussions and stuff like that. We looked at some other stuff. There's some ESP pixel, so there's some ESP32 boards out there as well. And they're actually building up boards and creating their own little ones for about $100 and capacitive touch screens and all that stuff. There's actually a massive Discord around that as well. The problem is it's only limited to like 12 keys, right? The problem with X-Lights is you need like 100 boxes to start off, or 60, 70, 80 boxes to start off with anything that's usable.
That's what I did. That was took 10, 15 minutes to do. Is really basic. So this is TouchOS, which is like a super smaller version of Touch Portal. A couple of buttons.
All right, moving heads. It's sort of something that everyone has to come really close. I'm not going to do much on the screen until later. Sort of want to go through how they work and everything like that, and the different types. So today I've got 4 of identical units. They're all the same. I've got a couple more that I use personally during my show, but some of them are 80 kilos, some of them are 10 kilos, so they're all different. For the purpose of this example, I just bought 4 of the same ones. These are from Amazon. These ones here, they're running at about $400 delivered to your door, Australian stock. So get all sorts. You get them from China. It was actually the most economical to get these units from Amazon, believe it or not. So different types of moving heads we'll start with. We've got sort of 3 main fixtures that you can use for moving heads. You've got a wash light, which the purpose of the fixture is just to throw as much light as wide as possible within the limits of its lenses. You've got a spotlight, which you sort of don't really want to use as a beam light. The main goal that a lot of people use these are to shoot beams in the sky. That's the reason I got these. So spotlights are used for the gobos, which are the patterns, but we'll go through all of them. And to try and project pretty far, really, pretty far. So we're saying that the last one's the beam light, which these are, and the purpose of the beam light is to put a thin beam straight vertical up and down. Now I'll just quickly show you. So these are these exact fixtures, just doing a test at night, and that's sort of the result I want. I want a little bit of wow factor. I do multiple houses, so in the middle of the houses I want to be able to put some beams in the sky. So with saying that, these fixtures, I grabbed them, started testing them. They produce any colour beam in the sky. They're actually pretty efficient, these ones here. And the difference between a spot and a beam light is how it comes out of the lens. So with a spotlight, it's going to try and just shoot a very cylindrical light straight up. With the beam light, you get sort of like a helix pattern. So this is mixing colours. So you can sort of see that they're twisting around each other. The lens is forming the light to shoot it, pretty much, to try and get the light coming out of it as close as possible rather than spreading out. And they achieve this by, rather than when they come out and going out like a funnel, they try and convex and cross and keep it sort of like a laser pointer. So we're saying that every beam light's yep. That's that one, yep. Yeah, so you can do dual colours with these. It's sort of, you're mixing 2 colours because you've got gobos. The principle of operation with these is in the actual fixture, you've got a gobo, which, where's me trying to fix one? You won't really be able to see them, but just up here, there's cylindrical discs, and they're your gobos. They can do colour, light, patterns, prisms. The more that you put over each other, so the more gobos you flick into the beam path, the lower the light output it is, but you get the patterns. So, okay, pardon? So again, good question. There's 2 types of moving heads as well. In sort of the beam, it's the actual bulb, the light that it outputs. So these ones here are all bulb based. Pretty much it's like the old halogen light bulbs. They do sell, and they're moving to LEDs now. They're a bit more expensive, but the key difference between the LED ones and the light is the LEDs need a lot more cooling power to operate. So trying to cool them is an issue, because you've got, even though it's lower wattage, the heat that it produces is right on the heat surface. It's not a bulb that a fan can blow over it. So I've found, I've got a couple more actually coming from China, the LED based. They should match the output of light with this, but they, this is a 230 watt fixture. The other ones are 100 watt. So, LED more efficient, use less watts to get the same amount of light output. Yep.
Are the gobos interchangeable, or what you get is what these?
With these, you can try and change them. I can almost guarantee you that as soon as you start flicking gobos around, because they're designed as a circular glass disc with ink printed on them, but on the outside they've got gears, because you're able to rotate, which we'll go through, you're able to rotate the gobos to orientate it. As if you start flicking them, the interchangeable sort of normally fall out. You have to sort of get a fixture designed for interchangeable gobos.
So
These aren't, no. These are all, I'm paying bottom dollar, and this is sort of where I thought everyone would sort of go. It's a hobby. We're not in an entertainment business. These are actually copied off a clay packy Sharpie, if anyone's heard of them. They run anywhere between 5 to 14,000 USD, right? So that's what we're comparing it to. We're paying $400 a fixture versus the original amount. You're not going to get the same finish, same light quality, which you'll see when we start focusing, because part of it is focusing the beam. You'll see that even though they're sort of roughly lined up in the same line, each fixture varies, which if you're trying to project gobos, you either have to sequence one individually, go out, focus it and make sure it's right, or you can do the whole lot and sacrifice the focus. So with these moving heads, I'll just show you a couple of other ones that I've got. So comparing it to this is a spotlight when it comes up. That's a spot fixture. That stands approximately 1.2 to 1.8 off the, I can't remember. It's about this tall. It's about 80 kilos. Does it cost? This one costs 20,000 brand new. Someone thought it was a good idea to put it at the back of weddings and shoot the bride and groom with a 1200 watt discharge bulb. Pretty much, it'd be like looking at the sun. So this one throws a beam, even though it's a spot. Spots can still throw beams, but that's 1200 watts comparing this to a 230 watt fixture. This actually will go up into the atmosphere more, which brings another sort of key factor up, is where, yep. Yes, so you've got to be careful. I made sure with CASA, because I'm in Narellan Vale and Camden Airport's there. So I contacted CASA. In the situation, how far distance I am, I'm allowed these fixtures. It's just out of range, according to the email I got, which I keep it on record just in case. They only really care about lasers, because they just keep on going. They'll just keep on going. These, you can see if you go far back enough, they go into the sky and they sort of just stop. They don't really dim, they just sort of stop. And that's because when the beam comes up and crosses, it gets to the point where it's so far across, you can't see it. But, we've had it, when we were testing it, pretty much the week I got these, I had some flight, probably a 747 coming by, and I looked at it and it would have hit the plane. But, they don't really. Apparently it's okay, but it's one thing you've got to check. Wherever you are, make sure you can operate them, because if you shoot them straight at a runway, it's going to hurt. It really is going to hurt. It'll blind someone. But yeah, so these fixtures, implementing in your display, I'll sort of go over waterproofing. These are not waterproof units. These are all indoor use. Doesn't mean you can't use them outdoors. You just got to provide some sort of protection. Now, when you design something to go over the top of them, you can get blow molds. There's 101 ways to waterproof them. The most popular is these domes that everyone seems to be buying for them, but they cost more than the actual fixture cost.
Just one on that.
Yep.
I
Yep.
Logged onto Grades online one night, and there was an auction finishing. And the only stupid thing was they sold the tops
Yep.
separate to the bases.
Yeah,
I think I
okay.
was fighting with one other guy in Australia, and I got an extra top and he got an extra base.
Yeah,
I
right.
think I picked the first one up for $30.
Exactly.
With the
So,
fans in proper top tiles.
yeah.
Those on the side, if you just spend, let's say, one night a week and go through them and just look at everything, you will find stuff that is just going dirt cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That was like the one that's about to pop up. This one, we researched it brand new. It's by a company, professional lighting company, DTS. They range between 17 and 20 grand brand new. I picked that up for $100 second hand. Now, the one thing you have to watch out for when you're buying second hand units is the bulb light time. So if you're not buying LEDs, you're buying bulbs, you need to make sure that you go to the manufacturer's website, check that the bulb life hasn't been exceeded. You can actually log into these on the display. It tells you how many hours the bulb's been running. If you exceed the bulb length, potentially, not all the time, they'll either burn out or detonate. They will go off like a grenade. Or your gobos, colour wheels, throw the fixture in the bin. So I was surprised when I opened that one up when I got it, it had a bulb detonate in it, and it was a refurbished unit. So on the shelves, I don't know if I got a photo. No, the bulbs for this is about $300, which was more than what the fixture cost me. Yeah, I don't have a photo of the casings.
So if you change the bulb, does that effectively, can you reset the unit to say like a 0 bulb?
Yes, yes. So when I got that fixture for $100, that had 1 hour of runtime on it. Someone's reset it. So I'm going to change that bulb very shortly if I want to continue using it. But yeah, you've got to make sure you don't exceed the bulb life. Otherwise, there's a possibility of the fixture that you buy becomes unusable because it could detonate. But other than that, when you're designing, yep.
2 hours, 20 hours?
So that one that I used, that has a 750 operating hour bulb life limit. These are 1,000 because these use Osram bulbs. The other one was a Philips bulb. But you have to remember, the one in the big unit, the physical bulb is that tall. Where these, they're only like that big. The discharge bulbs are only about that big. Yeah, Philips in the big one. Osram. Mileage may vary. Osram's a better known brand. Me personally, I'm like you, I hear Osram's better than Philips. But yeah. Well, they do. So the big one can take an Osram bulb or a Philips bulb. The Osram bulb has 1,000 operating hours. Philips was 750. When I got the unit, they put a Philips in it. So, you know, I can't complain really for $100. But that big one got me sort of hooked on the moving head. And then I bought one from DJ City, the Intimidator, which is I think it's a 100 watt LED based spot. It can't throw a beam. It really just cannot throw a beam. White, shoot it in the air, maybe. If you've got a bit of mist in the sky, yes. But I use that one to sort of throw on the ground. I've got gobos of butterflies and all that I can just... Kids love chasing a dot on the ground for some reason, so that's what I use the one from DJ City for. But the one I bought from DJ City, that was $1,300, where I bought all of these for $400 each. Like, it depends what you want to do again, but doing your research it's way better.
Quick question. Them shooting up with that picture that was there. You didn't need any smoke or anything. That was
No, so forming a beam, we had it in here just after the cleaners when we were testing this last night. I was actually able to establish a beam at night time from here to the wall. Now, the more contaminants you have in the air, the better the beam forming is. So if it's a really misty night, you're going to see this very vivid white beam. If you've had a lot of wind and the air's very clean, you'll still get them with these fixtures because there's always something in the air. It won't be as good, you might not see it. And that's why you see some photos where it's a fantastic looking beam and some of them are pretty dull looking beams. But yeah, you really got to have the right atmosphere. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, do it back in, was it 2019 when we had the bushfires? Or yeah, you get something good. But you know, the 1200 watt, I can see that from 4 blocks away. These I can see them from the same. That's the thing. You're buying a fixture specifically designed for something cheaper, less power usage. If you buy it for what it's used for, you'll get the same result as trying to go overkill. So.
For the price you're saying, that is, because I
Yeah.
looked at it.
Yeah.
And I was at one, everyone recommends about $700. I'm like, you're telling me 400, I can get 2 for the price.
It's a one, and that's why I bought for them. Yeah, exactly. Like that's, you know, I bought these fixtures because we use them once a year. I don't want to outlay thousands of dollars in professional equipment that might look a bit better. In the end, I'm just shooting a beam in the air.
You said DJ City, you get about $4 grand for something.
Like that. Well, they don't do anything like this. DJ City don't. No, only Amazon do something like this. Like I checked with there was a cheaper one on AliExpress. It had free shipping. Placed the order, paid for it. It was $350 AUD. Placed the order. Email. Your shipping of 250 USD. Please pay, and then we'll send the unit. So I can't find anywhere cheaper. Really, the Amazon ones. They're on eBay too, but these are the units that I haven't had an issue with. But yeah, look, we'll move on. So waterproofing, you can get the domes as you're saying. Me personally, I'm just going to do a Perspex box. Leave the bottom of the Perspex box open. At the back, non-visible, an outlet vent with a fan to suck the heat out. Heat rises, I want to take it out of the top of the unit. Or, you know, there's 101 ways to do it. You can buy the outdoor ones, which are $1,400 each. Then you can just leave them out there. Or you could buy these ones. You know, bit of timber that I got laying around, and a Perspex sheet should do all 4 of them, and that cost me $80. So I'm just going to Perspex sheet them. I've got fans that put out a lot of air, Delta fans. So I'll put that sort of, if I build the box out the back of it, and just shoot the heat down, and it can, cool air will just rise through the top to keep them cool. Yep, I left the DTS one out. The sun, you've got to be careful. You don't want the fixtures to be pointing vertical to the sun, because the sun will actually reverse the lens and burn out the inside. You'll have melted cables inside of your stepper motors. So you want to make sure that they're pointing down. So, but by default, wherever they turn off, they sort of stay. They don't really reset vertical when you turn them off. The motors do go, like they stop engaging. So when you turn the power off, you can turn them, do whatever you want. You don't turn them now when they're on, otherwise you break the stepper motors. They become out of sync, and they'll try to keep turning when they can't, because they'll hit the end stop. But yeah, look, implementing into X lights, once you've got it set up, these are all daisy chained, so they've got 2 DMX ports on the back. They've got an in and an out, power, turn them on. These ones, the light bulbs turn on straight away. Some of them, when you plug them in, they don't turn the actual fixture on. The bulb on, sorry. So I've got a DMX desk. If you're going to start doing a lot of DMX stuff, I highly recommend you getting one of these. They're $50. They tell you the DMX value to put into X lights, and they're, you slide it up, they'll start moving, and then you can get up here. It tells you the DMX value when you move it, so you can sort of go outside, play with this to see where you want to point it, write the number down. I have a couple of positions I have. Like for example, on the driveway, beam vertical, because vertical number here isn't vertical in my display. I have to offset it. But yeah, you write it down, and then you can sequence it into X lights, which I'll show you a little bit later on. But pretty much every fixture will have a DMX address set. So these are all set. They pretty much work. Pixels and WS2011, all the stuff that you do, came from this original DMX 512. That's pretty much what it's evolved from. So you can think of this as a really basic pixel. A pixel uses 3 channels. These use 16 channels. They could use 3 if they were RGB, but the channels vary per unit. So these ones are 16 channel wide. Some of them are 8, some of them are 19. It all depends. So when you purchase these units, you get a manual. In this manual, it'll actually tell you in very good English. They're normally fantastic. Yeah, so you'll get a page with half English, half Chinese. And with these units, if we go to the back, you'll get a table. And the table tells you what each address does. So the same with the pixel. If we change the equivalent of the brightness between 0 and 100, the brightness increases. When we toggle these from 0 to 100, or in DMX terms, it's not 0 to 100, it's 0 to 255. So 0 meaning it's off, 255 meaning max, and then everywhere in between. So in this table, it tells us each channel number and what it does. So remember, these are 16, they take 16 channels each. So for example, channel 1, which you can represent on here. On here, these are your channels. These sliders are your channels. There's only 8 here, but I can actually, on this, I can toggle, and that'll go to the other, it'll do 1 to 8, 8 to 16, or whatever it is. So turning channel 1 up will do an action. So I'm on channel 1 now. If I turn this up, you'll see the moving heads, they pan. So they're turning around, right? And if we go back to our manual, it's hard to see, but channel 1 is pan. So 0 to 540 degrees, which is what it can do. And we can go all the way down. So we've got pan, tilt. So panning is turning. That's panning. We've got tilt, which is up and down pretty much. And then we go on to little things. There's a lot of useless functions that you'll never use, like panning fine, so trying to get a really precise movement. If you can't get the spot you want to, you can do fine panning, which you'll see they move a tiny bit. So that's your fine pan and tilt, same with tilt. They go up and down just a little bit. We go on to speed, so how fast, which we're at channel 5 now, how fast I'll actually turn. You can set that in a DMX value. I don't use it, I want to get them to wherever I want straight away. So I just leave it at 0, which is max. There's one here called foggy lens, which mainly on your gobos if you want to distort the picture. But you can do that with focusing. It's just the opposite of focusing. You've got your strobe. So if I just point these up so they don't blind you. So you've got channel 7 and 8 on this. When I move channel 7 and 8 on here, channel 7 is the strobe. So it's going to be a strobe light. By default, if that's set to 0, nothing's going to come out of the lens because it's set for a 0% strobe. 100% strobe is full on, like the light's just solid. But then you've also got on channel 8 is your dimmer. So how bright the light's going to be. LEDs operate a bit different. These with your dimmers, they actually put in a plate that you'll see goes on and off. So if I come down here to the desk, make sure these aren't going to blind anyone. So if I turn the dimmer on, which is this channel here, nothing's going to happen because the strobe is set to 0. If I slowly bring the strobe up, you'll see they start pulsing. If I go up more, they'll pulse faster until I go all the way on, and then they're on. So the dimmer, I'm just going to reset everything to 0. So by default, I've just turned all the gobos off in it because I had it saved from the last time I was using it. This is what you get. This is what you would see if it went into the sky and there was a flat surface. This is what you would see. As you can see, this is where your $400 come in and where the difference of a spotlight would be. So if we had spotlights on the ceiling, you wouldn't see the fading going to the edge. It would be a nice white circle and a very fine cutoff. And that's what differentiates, like these are $400 compared to a $1,000 unit. If you were to get a beam that costs a proper amount of money, these would be, you'd see the circle, same as the spot. But the whole purpose is to try and get the width of that circle as close together as you can, which is what a beam is. You want it as close together to go up into the sky. So just change this to turn these off. Change this back. If we continue down, we've got another channel colour. It's a lot of trial and error. You've got to sit down. That's why these things are fantastic, to see what each channel does. Because when you program it in X-Lights for your show, you've got to put that data, the value, into X-Lights for each channel. Now I'll show you a bit of grouping in that, but you've got to set each value of the 16 channels. That's why it does take a bit of time to sequence these. But yeah, look, we'll go through what a moving head does. We'll turn the light back on. And if we go through the first 8, I don't know if you want to try. The output power of these is high, so if you put your hand in front of it, don't look into it because it will hurt. You can actually feel them. So. There's a bit of power in them. That's why I'll try to make sure that I don't shine them in your eyeballs. They can be a bit wild. So I'll go to, we've only really explored the first 8 channels, which is half of the height, which is getting it into position, shooting a light in the sky. If we want, we can fine tune it. And this is where you can see where sort of the amount of dust and everything in the sky affects it. You can see them light up, and that's what makes the beam. If there was nothing, you wouldn't see anything at all going through it at night. So we'll go to the different channel, and we'll start with colour. So I'm on channel 9 now, and we can go through the colours. So again, in this book, which I'll pass around in a second, we've got values. So between 0 and 8 of a value, remember our values go from 0 to 255. Between 0 and 8, if we set it anywhere in between those numbers, it's going to be a white light. If we then go between 8 and 15, which it should really, this is where the manual is fantastic in English, should be 9 to 8, 9 to 15, not 8 because you can't have 8. If you have it at 8, it's white. 8 to 15 will be, it says colour 1, which is red. So the manual doesn't tell you anything really, it just tells you what it's going to do. It's going to change the colour from 1 to 2. So if we slide this up, we'll cycle through the colours, like a yellow, orange, cyan, green, pinkish, something else. And we'll keep going. These are all the colours it has. And then we'll get to the point where it will automatically, I set a value here and it'll cycle through the colours. And that's just a function of this fixture. So I can see I'm not touching it and it's going to cycle colours. So when I took that photo of it sort of doing like a helix around itself, I had it in between 2 colours just to emphasise how the beam forms as it sort of spins around itself. But you know, you can go all the way up, DMX values, and we can start making them go fast or slow. So second to the colour wheel is the gobos, which is channel number 11 in this case. So if I slide channel 11 up, we've just gone from a pretty wide light to a smaller light, like that. And all that's trying to do is make that beam as close together as possible. So if we do this, the beam will actually travel up further. It won't be as bright because you can see the brightness is dimmed down. but it'll travel up a bit further because it's trying to get that beam as close together as possible. So if we go through the gobos, this is where focusing becomes an issue because we are so close. Remember, these are trying to throw hundreds of meters into the sky. We're only a couple, there's probably 7 meters, 7 meters to the ceiling. That's where we need to focus. So on the second page, we've got focus, and it continues. There's prisms. So a prism is, if you put it in, I'll show you, but if you put a gobo in and a prism, it's going to duplicate itself. It's just going to, if it's a photo of a butterfly, it'll make 20 butterflies. It's just a prism. So if you just want to, I'll pass this around. It's the last 2 pages. You can go through and each channel will do a different item. And you just have to, the thing is you have to know what that channel does, how it works, which is where this $50 DMX desk comes in so handy. Because trying to set up I run it straight out of my Falcon with the DMX port. I run that straight to my first light. And Ben has the control board, but if you see Ben's control board, it's got one of the adapters that I use. I just homemade. Get an XLR cable, which is what DMX use. Ethernet straight into the controller. So I believe if someone can read out on the right-hand page, there should be focus. Number 13. So if I 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. If I start adjusting 13, you can see that everything's becoming in focus now. I've gone over. Yeah, so this is where you can see where each one varies. So if your main goal is to get gobos working, these fixtures are probably not for you because you're going to have to sequence each one and adjust the focus on each one. So I've got the third one across pretty well. There's a bit of light bleeding, but that's purely because the lenses aren't a $1,000 lens. But if I adjust that focus, each one will have its own. Now the second one's, yeah. So that's where focus comes in. And again, you can change the colour, which I think was 9, and that affects the gobo. Correct. You don't want that because when I'm focusing, I'm changing the lens. I'm probably inserting something into the beam path, and it dulls it down. So every time you add something, I've added colour and a gobo and focus in this. So that's 3 points of I'm dulling down the beam. Like you compare that, I'll take colour away, it's a bit brighter. Take the focus away, it's getting a bit brighter. Take the gobo away, that's the brightest. So every time you add something to it, you're going to reduce the beam brightness. So that'll bring me to sort of the X-Lights area of the fixture. Did anyone have any questions about these? Yeah.
One. So as you say, you add more in. Say you had it mounted and you wanted it up the sky, so you could take everything off. Could you then, if you knew what focus level number 2 wanted, could you add that in and put a gobo on the ground, and then take it away again? I'm guessing they've answered.
Yeah.
Program that in. So if I wanted to put a gobo on the side of the house, I could go, you need to focus to
this.
27.
That's right.
Red, and I want
exactly.
But then I want to go to the sky. I can just wipe all that out.
Yes. Yeah. So in X-Lights, it's a slider. Pretty much each channel is 0 to 255. So, for example, if I wanted to point it down here, we'd set our pen and tilt this amount, gobo focus, and then later on in the song or the sequence, we would then get the numbers, the values from this desk, or you can just output to X-Lights. It's the same thing, you can play with them live.
I guess it's different because when you get like a projector, you focus at once and you're stuck with that, but because it's on sliding, you can change it.
Yeah.
I can focus it to that wall for one effect.
Well, that's
and
it.
That wall for another.
It's the same thing. If I were to get that projector that's up on the ceiling back there, and just remember, we're strapping it to 2 motors. That's all we're doing is putting that on here with a brighter bulb. And we turn it that way, we're going to have to focus it. We put it back up there, we're going to have to refocus it. So it's only if you want to play with the gobos. To sync them together, say for example I had one F16 next to this controlling some lights, another one over here controlling this one. I would set the start address for this, which is going back when you play with your lights, your actual pixel lights, it'll have a start address. You actually set these on here, so you can actually press the button, you go into the menu, you set the start addresses on them. I'd set the start address on this for 1, for example. So this is my second fixture. I know that, according to the manual, goes from 1 to 16. I would start this one on 17. X-Lights, the Falcon will handle the rest for you. So you can just make 2 of those cables and plug each one of them in. Yep. So, any other questions? That's pretty much it. Well, I'll show you what sequencing looks like in X-Lights. I started working on a sequence with this, but so, yep.
When you were talking about enclosures over the top of them and stuff like that, if you had, say, those sitting on a wooden base just with a sort of a bit of square or perspex, sort of like a square case type thing over it, do the edges of the perspex distort your beam and things like that versus like a proper dome or something like that?
It would. So depending on where you build your fixture, you don't want to shoot it right at the joint. So you could get around that by making the actual boxes taller, which will move like for example, if you had a box sitting there, but you want to shoot the beam out there, make the box a bit taller. You want to put that joint where you're not going to sequence it. So, because again, the perspex will actually dull down the light. Thank you. Yes, yeah, it absorbs a bit of light. We did it with 3mm perspex. There's no noticeable difference. Yes, it is doing something, but it's not that much. But yeah, like just before I take them over. One thing I might note, if you're having a daisy chain of fixtures, like we have here, because it's not so long, it's all right. If you have long chains of them, you need a DMX terminating resistor. So on the last fixture on the DMX out, you've got to have a little, I made my own, got a 120 ohm resistor, soldered across pins 2 to 3, and that pretty much just tells it that it's the end of the line, otherwise you can have chatter. So chatter is, this one might get some corrupt data because it doesn't have the resistor. That one might turn, it'll follow down the line, and it can actually damage the units. But yeah, I'll just show you some gobos on that back wall. Might not shine it directly into me camera. So we'll add a gobo. And then a bit of that's a prism. So let's change the gobo. Let's gobo shake. Gobo. That one should be focus. Don't look at that, sorry mate. So that's a pin dot gobo. And that's a prism. So it just duplicates it. It's just because of the fixture. I'm sure if you buy...
That, like, for example, when you had that pin spot, like
Yep.
one was a definite pin, the others sort of faded out.
Yep.
Could you, through X-Lights, can you manually manipulate them so that they all then become the same?
You probably could by setting a group.
Manually manipulating each individual one's focus
Yep.
versus like
Yeah. So
all as a
in X-Lights, you could create a group of these fixtures and create layers and add a DMX effect onto each fixture, I should say, not the group, and set that channel, which will look like this. I've still got someone else's X-Lights here. Let me just change this. So I've got one DMX moving head in here. I'll just paste a few. Example. Now there's a very good video on YouTube about setting this up, X-Lights up with this. The purpose of this talk was mainly about the hardware of moving heads, but we can go in, if we've got time later, I'm happy to take people through how to set it up in X-Lights properly. But there is a very good YouTube video on it that tells you how to set this up. And again, every fixture is different. So if I tell you how to do it here, you go buy yours. It could be from the same company, but they've had a different DMX chip, and all the channels are remapped. So it throws it out. But for example, in regards to the focus, so I just now, just because of the resolution of this, it's a bit hard to see. We've got our 3 DMX moving heads. What I do, I actually create a group of my moving heads for the pan and the tilt, so I can do it all to that. I could actually grab a DMX effect onto each moving head, and you can see on this side, you've got all of the channels, which refers back to that book. So I could add an effect onto each single fixture and not my group, and set the focus for each fixture and just leave that pretty much as an on effect throughout the whole sequence, and that would focus each single one. When I point it at somewhere and apply a gobo, I wouldn't apply focus to that effect, if that makes sense, because it's being overridden by these, because the group's at the top. So you could focus each single one. I'll just see. I might be able to get a sequence going.
I suppose it's like anything too, like, you know, if you're projecting on your surface, you might notice it, but throwing a beam up into the air, you're not really going to notice that.
Well, that's right.
It's too much.
Correct, yeah. So if the main point of you trying to fire a beam into the sky, apply nothing. Just apply your pan and tilt. You want as much light output going out of this as possible, unless you want to narrow the beam down to make it go further. But you lose light still. Documents. I'm caught. I'll see if I can grab my... Put this for a second. So I'll admit it now, I made a sequence. I sequenced this very late one night and did half of it and went back the next day and did the other half and didn't hit save. So only half of it's sequenced and it's probably not in time exactly, but it'll give you an idea of what DMX sequencing looks like. So for testing, I also picked up one of these. You can get it from Alan Hansen. I don't know if he's got any today. It's a USB to DMX tester or dongle, so I can export directly out of Xlights and use my cable without having to spin up a Falcon or anything to convert it. It takes DMX pretty much straight out of it. I'll show you this. So this is my layout of this example here. I've got my 4 different fixtures up the top, and you can see that the start and end channel of each one is as per that manual. So I start at channel number 1 up here, channel number 1, it ends at 16, and then my next fixture is its following, so it starts at channel 17. And then I've got my groups up the top, so my beam group, which is each fixture. I've got my pan group if I just want to apply panning. Shutter, I don't use it as much, I was just really playing with it. And then my tilt group. But with Xlights you can set your channel. When you set your channels down in here, I've got my colour channels. Now these aren't RGB. They use a spinning disc to change the colour in them. So I can't actually mix the RGB together. Different fixtures can do that, mainly LED based ones. But I set this to my shutter channel. So if I drag an on effect onto the fixture, it'll actually set it to just turn on white. Which, because also I have on these fixtures the strobe, also has to be on, so I can use it, but I also have to set the strobe to be on max to be able to create the beam. So find the sequence. So this is a bit of what DMX sequencing looks like. And I'll see if I can get it running. But I've set the shutter to off at the start, which is this effect, and that's just an off effect in X-Light. I've set that because I don't want to put anything out until my fixture is in position. So when you're sequencing, you have to think about the time it takes for the fixture to get from 0, 0, 0, which is this, to where you want it to be. So it takes time to get there. You don't want to turn the beam on until it's in that position. That's why I've got a small effect there to give it time to get in position. And then I have my on effect after it, which is my DMX here. And then you can see in here I've named, you can rename in X-Lights what each channel does. So I've got my pan, tilt, pan fine, everything, speed of pan, strobe, dimmer. So it's just a matter of dragging an effect on and setting all your channels to where you want them at that particular time. And it does take a long time. It does take a long time. Yeah, after the prizes I'll try and set up to get it going out of here. That way you can see what an actual sequence looks like. But yeah, other than that, I think we're getting ready to go over there. No worries.
He's not only just a salesman for the weekend, but he does help out a lot with presentations and organisation. Travis has done a presentation. This is his first. Is this your first mini as well as your first presentation? So, new person here, we thank you very much for helping out. Adrian, up you go, mate. Adrian's been helping us out with the minis for
Excuse me, sir.
4 or 5 minutes. Oh, yes?
I've got some mugs, and the mugs have got some words on them. I thought I'd share the words so that when you're called up, you can pick which mug you want. This one says, enough lights, that's just crazy talk. This one says, I set my brightness to stun. No, dear, these lights aren't new, I've had them for years. I'm just scared when I die, my wife will sell the lights for what I told her on Patreon. No, you're not buying them Bunnings. And if you see me doing housework, I probably bought more lights. I have a few selections for the people that are presenting. If you really want one, come and see me or send me a PM and I'll see if I can organise you one. I get them printed at BW and I can get them delivered to a BW wherever you are. And it's just a matter of going there and picking it up. They're presently on special, so if they're still on special, they're about $10 each. So if you really want one, let me know, PM me and we'll put something out. But pick one.
And don't take 2 hours. And bottle of wine too, Sue. There's a white or a red. Okay, who else we got? Where's Brad? Brad, if you want to come up. Brad's from Queensland, another guy who helps out every year. So Brad's doing a safety talk. Thank you. Hey? You haven't seen my presentation yet? Actually, we might hold off on yours. Yeah, that's a good point. Alan's from Victoria as well. No trouble. Round of applause for Alan. He's going to talk tomorrow. Where's David? No, other David, sorry, we're getting to you. David Hayes. So Dave's done 2 presentations in 2 years, and he's only been doing it for 3 years, and we had to hold off last year, so we appreciate your help, Dave. And Lithgow, I think you've done a presentation since probably the first one, and a presentation every year, so we do appreciate it. Jack? Jack helps out heaps. He does a lot of all the IT side of it all, and he is single and available. And it is his birthday today as well. He was hoping I would have mentioned it. Okay, so also too, we've got the dinner tonight. Okay. Tony is he in the room? Because we do have a gift for him as well, but we'll catch up with him later. I'll have whatever's left because they're all fantastic. Tonight, 7 o'clock, we're doing the Etamoga pub.
6 o'clock, Sue.
So, I thought it was being nice saying 6 o'clock. So, thank you. So, if you're interested, who's going to dinner tonight? Just make sure we. So I think we're well covered. That's good. Okay. All right. So 7 o'clock there, and we'll have a few drinks waiting for soup. No, but thank you all for coming too. Without you guys turning up, it's pretty pointless. And we do like to do the online, but there's nothing beats actually being in a meeting, because the guys have just missed out on the last 2-3 hours because they're at home. So it's always good to be here and just being able to chat to everybody. If can't get all your answers done here, get in contact with them on ACL, PM, they've all got Facebook accounts, Messenger or whatnot. So, yeah, don't think it stops at the end of Sunday, so we're willing to help out all year round. Okay? Alright, and we'll wait for Tony we'll probably do his this afternoon. Sorry?
I got something for you.
Yeah,
Hey,
great.
Daryl, you mind popping over here, please?
Oh, I know what this is about, yeah.
For those watching online, mute yourself now if you have a Google Home. Because Daryl, for those of you that don't know, went to one of Ben's build parties. And one of the famous words that came at that build party was,
Oh, you serious?
"Hey Google, turn off everything."
Yeah! And it did.
And there's a key ring.
The funny thing about that,
Just in case you forget. Hey Google, turn off everything.
that broke Ben's network so badly, he couldn't get Google to turn it on again.
And thankfully I had two good IT guys to help me sort it out. Thanks very much, guys. But just saying that too, we do build parties during the year. It doesn't have to be somebody who's a moderator or anybody. Anybody can do a build party. So, give it a go. Yes. Oh, how rude. Oh, I'm insulted. What's the step, David? Okay, so now we're going to do the prize draw. So Daryl's going to run the prize draw, but when you go and pick your prize, once you've done that, please go over and see Daryl. Give him the number that is on your prize. The reason why we do this is so that we can actually pass the information on to those who sponsor us, because they do it out of trying to get more product sold and things like that, but they also do it to help out the community, and if we don't give that information back to them to say thank you at least, because there is a lot of money over on that desk. So we always want to make sure that we say thank you to the guys that have donated and help support them afterwards as well. Okay? Yes, so Adrian's done the multi-tool pen, which is bloody fantastic. We had them 2 years ago, and it's amazing how handy they do come in, especially for a sales rep. Yeah. All right, so yeah, grab one of those while you're over there as well. No, it's all good. Are we all sweet? Okay, all right. Did I miss anybody who's done a presentation this weekend, just before I say? Oh, we didn't do Trevor. Up you get Trevor. Sitting there at the front, nice and quiet. So, you just didn't want to get up because you're bad back. Alright, so yeah, Trevor's going to come in with a bad back, and we do appreciate it. So, Trevor's doing a talk tomorrow on mounting your Coro. So you're spending a lot of money with Troy, you want to make sure it doesn't fly off the roof. Oh, he does, yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah. Return customer, you see, because honestly, we have to talk about sales again. And Isaac, actually, yes, we forgot Isaac as well. I'm doing really well. Isaac, if you want to come forward, we do appreciate it. So Isaac's doing one on voltage and power distribution. Okay, so especially too if you're new or advanced, it's well worthwhile sitting in on that one. Alright? You want to come forward and grab your prize? Did you grab a bottle of wine too, Trevor? Did you grab a bottle of wine as well? Alright, we might see what we've got there.
Anyone got a Zimmer frame I can borrow?
Brett left his one in the car. Has anybody got any questions or anything that they've had so far since we're... just about ready to go. No questions. Everybody right for a lift to get to dinner? No. Anybody needs a... No, we'll get you a taxi. It'll be there at 5, all right? We're ready to go? No. Yes. Yep. Okay. I'll hand it over to Daryl. But as I said, if once you've got your prize, go back to Daryl so he can mark you down. All right. Thanks, guys.
Alrighty, everyone. This meeting couldn't happen without sponsors, so we're going to talk about sponsors for a minute. And we're going to show our appreciation for sponsors. But what we'll do now is, as part of this run through the prizes, these sponsors are going to provide, or have provided, and you guys should start thinking about what prizes you want to win. Because after we've gone through all these prizes, we're going to start drawing numbers, and the numbers correspond to your name tag. So if a number gets called up, you're going to come up and choose a prize really quickly, and we'll get the next person to resolve. So the first person to get called gets to pick it all. None of that name tag. Others that were being given away in the round table. Pixel Controller has donated 2 F16 V3s, which are here for you to take away. Advatech have kindly donated a Pixelite 16 Mark II. Ray Wu has sent us like 2,000 12-volt pixels, which are split into packages as listed there. Everyone wants pixels this year. Pixel to Things have sent us 2 of their boards, a DC board and a 240 volt modified AC board. Hanson Electronics have donated a number of things, power distribution board, pixel test, a pixel meter, a P10 panel board and a pixel board, etc. From eTop LED, there's a package of 500 pixels, and then there's another package of some pigtail X-Connects. Showstopper Sequencers have donated 5 sequences for us to give away. Custom Light Creations have donated, that's an annoying little window, isn't it? 3 sequences for us to give away. Anonymous / oops I forget have donated 5 gigabit switches, 8 ports, and a suction vice. Someone here donated the suction vice. I just forget who. Thank you, Fing. RGB Sequencers have donated 10 $30 vouchers, but they've also donated a coupon code so everyone can have 50% off their entire store until the 25th of May. Presumably Ben and Durf will distribute these coupon codes to you all. Pip Tree Designs, one of our members up in Brisbane, has donated 2 Megatree toppers, a large one and a small one. They're made out of metal, so they'll never break. Keith has done a bit of a clean out and come up with a couple of things. We're not sure how big the snowflakes are. He thinks they're 36s. Last year he gave away 48, so they could be 48s. Yeah, a couple of Minleon pixel controllers, which might be useful to someone, and a bit of air seeder hose. OG Sequencers have donated 2 sequences and also 30% off all sequences coupon code until the middle of June. The VCS conference that was held a couple of weeks ago have sent over 4 t-shirts for us. Wally's Lights donated some pixels to the Tassie Mini, and the Tassie guys sent 100 up to us to have a look at. So they're here to give away. OzAz has kindly donated some HP power supplies. Blinky Sequences, one of our members in Perth, Cransey, has donated 4 sequences. Binny has graced us, haven't seen him for a while, with 8 Falcon F8 distro fuse boards. Ben's Lights / Durf, not sure which one of them to be honest, has given us an extra large hoodie to give away. It's an XL, right, Ben? I'm pretty sure it's an XL. Lithgow has kindly got a Colt controller to give away. You'll need your own beagle bone with that one. I did a bit of a clean out and found a Pixel to Things DC board, the same as the other ones. An F16 V3 expansion and some X-Connect pigtails to give away. PPD have given us a couple of codes, one for sequences and one for a discount off their club membership for the first month, valid for until the end of May. And we got through that in pretty good time. So, I need someone to come up and draw the numbers. No, you stay there and do that. Anyone? Come on, Sue. Well, Pam, you can help too. Pam and Sue can do the numbers.
We're not waiting 2 hours. Come on, Sue. Okay.
Well, you guys stand down here and pull the numbers.
I can't reach.
You hold them, someone pull them, and then once you're finished with them, put them back in the other bag. What number have we got?
I can't see that one.
Number 23. Who's got number 23? Come on up. Right.
Number 3.
After that is number 3. Who's got number 3? Great. Come on up.
16.
We just got to slow down a bit.
11.
Could someone else call and pull them out and call, and I got to record the prizes.
Number 16.
What prize have you got? So you are number 23. 23 E. David. Yep. Alex, you got the other one. What number are you, Alex? 3. Yep.
Number 7.
Yeah, call the next one.
Number 5.
Just form a queue down here according to your number.
Number 27.
Sorry? 27? We don't have the order. Yeah.
54.
Hang on, I think there's a queue, mate.
Yeah, they're in.
Oh, okay, all right.
2.
All right, I'll start keeping a record.
Number 2.
Did we get 54 and so on? Okay, that was the DC or the 8? DC number 16. How am I going to do this? Sorry, I'm losing the plot. I'll just delete them out after they're gone. Okay. Okay, number Alison.
Number 5 or number 5?
5 for 5.
Purely coincidental.
Yep. 54 for number 10. Anthony, number 16. Number 16. Yep.
35. $18. 32.
Right, what do you got, Michael? You are number 35 for number 12. Number 18 for number, is that number 9? No, number 6. 18. Yep.
17. Lucky 13. One you can do.
28, what's your number? 32. 32. What's your number, sir? 17 for number 25. Yep.
20. 19.
What do you got? What's your number? 13. Yep. Yep.
26.
What number are you? 20?
Yeah. Ready? Thank you.
29. Thanks.
30.
Can you give me that bag back there? 30 was the last one.
24.
What do you got, sir? 15. What number is it? 27. I can see it.
37.
Kevin, what do you got?
Number 30.
30 for 64.
$21.
21 for me.
He's gone somewhere. Oh, what's he doing? Oh, it's the big prize. Oh. How dare you pick him before everyone else? He should have been the last.
Oh, sorry. Alright, what do we got? 74 and 73. Okay.
Yeah, just drop down the bag.
Okay, call a couple. You are 37. What did you pick though? 13 for 37. Okay.
33.
13. What numbers on your name tag?
26.
26. What prize number?
74.
Where is it? Okay, 26.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, great.
25.
Matt, what do you got? Lithgow. Lithgow, can you stop holding him up?
33.
33, number 14.
Your excuse. 38.
What number are you? 25? Thanks.
39. Geez, 39.
What's number is on your tag? 38. 38 for price 32. Yep, got it. Yep.
31.
Go another one.
31.
Number 1.
Okay, prize number 72 for 39.
Tell me what he wants.
Number 4. $34. Line on there. Number 9.
What have we got down here? What?
For number 31.
Thanks. Okay, who's next? Price 7. That's a, yeah, okay. Number 7, yep, got it. Thank you. Oh, number 1, yep, cool. 26 for 4. Yep.
8.
$17 for person 9, thank you. Thank you.
Number 8.
Next.
12. Number 6. $42.
What's your prize number?
31.
31, and you are number... Sorry?
12.
12.
$15.
What number's on the pixel?
And what's your number?
6S.
Okay, 71 and 34.
It's a switch. So,
Thank you.
43. $29.
Yep, hang on. 70 for number, what number are you?
15.
15, thanks. I can't turn it up anymore. I have to yell louder. I'll tell people to stop talking. No,
Right, number 10.
I'm getting feedback on the top one.
Got rid of him.
Can you yell it?
Bingo.
Number 10.
Yeah, I'm here.
So 38.
So 38 points,
10.
number 10.
No, I'm not going to do anything, so please.
Number 11.
Thank you.
Legs 11. 11. It's definitely not you, Brad. Oh, that's all right. Okay. Next number. Yep.
Next number is number 41.
Next number is 48, which is me, Darryl.
Right, 44, and you're number 11.
Thank you.
Number 36. 45.
Oh, number 9 for 18. What prize number? 55 for 41.
Number 14.
No. Go through the bag of numbers.
Exactly.
If you missed your number, you missed your number.
Number 56. 56.
What do you got? Number 36. 40. 40, 36.
Number 52. Number 57. Oh, really? I may have lost that one. Oh, we're in the 50 section. 51.
Your number 14. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Number 47. 47.
What you got, Ginny? Number 53 and you're 57.
Number 40.
Cool, thanks. So stop the sequences. 56, Darryl. And you are 56, 21.
Number 44.
So, thank you.
Brad, this is close to your number, but not yours. 22.
End or on the other end? 69, and you are number
51.
51. 69. Right, what do you get? 56 for 46, thank you.
53. 50. Hey, all your vouchers are gone, Troy, so you can't save yourself any money. Number 55.
Yes, I can save money. Take some core up.
Number 49.
22, Darryl.
Number 46.
19, Darryl.
And you are 50? And you are what number?
53.
79.
Just had me thinking, what fucking number was I?
Thanks.
Get in line. Number 28.
81.
81 for 44.
44.
Are we at the point, Ben, of doing the letters? Or do we need to keep going, go through the numbers again?
We'll just double check some of the numbers. So,
Who didn't get called out?
who has not been called out yet?
Come on down.
Alright, come on down if your number hasn't been called out, because it probably has been just in here. Okay.
What do you got? Number 78, and your number is 2.
So we've got some prizes left over. So on your name tag, next to your number is a letter.
What's your number?
49.
24. Thanks. Got it. We're going to go to letters. Has everyone who hasn't been called out
Yep,
come up?
they've all come up so far.
Right, there's the 5 letters. So explain how it works.
So, yep. So if they're in that, then they come up in that group. Yep. Okay. So we're going to have some prizes left over. So you've got a letter next to your number. So there's A, B, C, or D.
Or E.
Or E. Oh, there's 5, is it? Okay.
What prize number?
Okay. So if you've got that number,
Take
that
it. I don't have
letter,
it written down.
you're going to have to come up and stand in line.
Sorry, Alan.
So the letter, well, just hold your horses. I know you haven't got much longer. It's all right. Okay. E.
What?
So the letter E. So if you've got E, come in line and you can choose your prize. Same thing again. Oh, thank you.
Hopefully we're done.
Hopefully. Make sure you still come up and see Daryl and get the mark.
86 for number 45. That's good. 20 for number 55. 7.
Yeah, we're halfway there.
Thanks.
Will they send me the code or something like that?
Yeah, email the email address.
Yep.
And Ben will send you the code. 90. What's your number?
I don't know.
90 for Sue's.
I threw it in the bin. Threw it in the bin. Oh, it fell off my shirt.
Okay. 83 and 35. Yeah, 35. 83.
Price
Okay.
77.
E.
77. 11.
17, 11.
E. 11's been
Seven-
done.
77.
This is a
Yeah,
letter.
yeah, we put the numbers in.
Oh, okay.
Okay, great. 85 for 17.
Yeah, just close the stream.
Ben, I think you need another letter. Well, look at all the prizes and look at the lack of people lined up.
Okay.
What's his number?
Next letter.
41.
If I can find it. Is.
What's
Oh, F.
51 for 5.
I thought he went to E, mate. Well done. Oh, I better get that back to you.
Price 51.
Yeah, I got that. 57, 23. Thanks.
That's it.
What was that second letter?
F. No, no,
53E.
53.
Got it.
Thank you.
89 for
54. Sticky this year.
yeah, that must be great. 87.
I'm an 48.
Yeah, sorry. I'll buy genuine ones again next Ben, I think we need another letter.
Another letter. Okay.
Pixel tester. What number? 91. 91 for 36. Thank you. Thank you.
The letter for the day is A.
41 for F.
Number?
6 F. 6 F. Can I go?
A bidding board.
60 for 30. 22 for
55.
55. I can turn it down. Hang on, we've got 50, 55 for 22.
Fancy.
Okay, prize number 34 for 7.
59.
24, 59. 25. Just give me the prize number first.
Yeah.
You're not a good drawer, right? What do you got?
Not for myself.
Number 46. Number 8. 49. 49. Yep.
Okay, so we're going to another letter.
49. Yep.
B. Letter B.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to get through all of them straight. That's 4 of them.
Prize 62.
What's your prize number? 62 for 13.
Thank you.
Yes.
76 for
31.
Thank you. All right, Ben, call another letter.
88. It's crazy. They're not listening.
88 for number 26. Oh. I'm a
The letter D.
I see.
Daryl.
47.
Daniel.
Yeah, but what's the number?
20B.
20. B. 66 for 56.
58.
58 for 14.
B.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
No worries.
Yeah, B for 74.
What's your actual number?
38.
Thank you. All right, what do you got?
D.
49 for 40.
82 for
For number 10.
42 for number 4.
Oh, yeah, 4D.
Call another letter, Ben.
Daryl, we've only got one letter left.
50. Hang on, let me go then.
Yep.
32.
Prize 32.
Oh no, 50. This one. 52.
And your number 2. Okay, Ben.
There's only one letter left. Go line up, hurry up. The letter is surprisingly C, because it's the last one. Letter C?
Wasn't no letter H.
It was. It's the first one called. Now you got a line up, mate.
Yeah, sorry, hang on. Well, you can start the next presentation then while I finish this line.
Ah, yes, yep.
Okay.
50. Prize 50. 27.
Yep. 35 for 34.
Yep.
65 for 22.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Prize 36 for 16. Prize number 67 for 3. 68 for 9. 67 for 3, 68 for 9. Yep. 45 for number 1.
Number 1A.
C. 54 for number
51 C.
You got it? No. 54 for 51. Yep, now I got it. Yep,
Okay, thanks, Daryl.
What do you got, Pam? 63 for number 39.
Somewhere.
Good 9, and what did Lucky last year? 48. 48. 57 tally. 57. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Jenny. No, 30, 57. Yeah, 57 tally. Yeah, thanks.
All right, it's not this mic, it's that mic. So the rest of these are pixel controllers of various flavours. This is a Pixicon from Lightorama. You'll notice the Pixicon looks very similar to the Pixlite down the bottom there. And the reason for that is they're actually sourced from Avatec. Avatec makes the boards. They're slightly different than the Avatec boards, but they're also very, very similar. So similar, in fact, that it's the same upload to the Avatec that works with the Lightorama controllers. So basically it has pretty much the same strengths and weaknesses as the Avatec. It's reasonably limited in the number of channels that pixels that it can do. I think it's about 340. This is quite an early version, so it's not as good as their later versions. This one and this one are SAN devices. This is the 4-port, this is the 16-port. By far the most popular controller in the early teens. You could build them yourselves or buy them. The firmware is not spectacular. Its web interface is really fiddly to set up. You've got to basically program each thing one at a time and remember to save it, otherwise it loses things. It's limited in the number of pixels that it can do. Again, it's about, well, it varies by firmware. If you get the latest firmware, I think it's pretty good. But you know, everything's done in banks of 4. And one of the things that, as you get in and start to understand how controllers work internally, there's a lot of work that a controller has to do to pump that data out, and the CPUs that are on some of these boards are quite limited, and so they often have to make trade-offs between how much memory they're using and how much work the CPU's doing. And that's why you see odd limitations on different controllers at different times, because each provider has made their own trade-offs around what they want to support, typically number of pixels and the like. This one, and the one in the far left there, they're all Avatec boards, all made in Australia. Really good stuff, used a lot in commercial displays. They've also got newer stuff that's all UL listed, all nicely boxed and everything else. If you've got the money to spend or you're building a commercial display, really, really good stuff. This is a long-range board. The receivers are actually, I think, compatible with the Falcon dumb receivers. They're similar sorts of ideas. But it'll run 16 of those, and this is the 4-port pixel controller. The Avatecs have by far the most diverse support of pixels. Pretty much every pixel type that you can commonly buy, these things support. So they're quite flexible from that perspective. Per board, yes, that's right. You set it at the board level. That's pretty common. Sometimes, so the SAN devices, I think you can break it up into banks of 4. 4 ports are all the same protocol. But yeah, the Pixlites, it's one protocol for the whole board, but the most diverse types of protocols. That makes them quite popular commercially, because people, they're going and buying some of the more esoteric pixels like the RGBWs and things like that aren't commonly used. And they support pretty much all of those. Let's go to this one here and this one here. They're both J1 sys boards. J1 sys boards also very popular in the early teens. Really died off once the firmware stopped getting upgraded. The guy that was working on them, I think, got busy with other things, etc. But for a while there, these were very common in Australia. Lots of the guys who talk here, so Ben and the like, use these boards extensively. These days, you really only see them if people are buying stuff secondhand. People aren't buying them new. This one here, you will not get in Australia. This is a UK board. It's got the most ridiculous licensing model that you've ever heard of, where you actually pay for it by the pixel. Right, so when you buy it, you get a certain number of pixels that you can use across any port. And once you've run out, then you go back and you pay him another license fee, and he unlocks it and gives you more pixels. It's an insane model. The one on the end is from Minleon. This is a commercial grade controller. They've got these, they're very cool connectors, but they're very bespoke to Minleon. They also support a variety of pixel protocols, like the Avatec ones, not as many, but quite a few. This is actually where the DDP protocol came from. The DDP protocol is actually proprietary to the developer of the firmware of the Minleon controllers. Not commonly used in the hobby, but definitely used commercially in Australia and in the US, etc. Theme parks, things like that are often running these sorts of things. They have a very interesting T connector that they can introduce in the line, which allows them to split the pixel protocol. So the data comes in, goes down the pixel string, and then the next one goes down there without having to have a return wire, and this T connection kind of redirects all the pixel data. Very convenient in big displays, but again, not commonly used around here. This is a Pi with a Pi cap on it. This is one of Dan Culp's Pi caps, one of his early ones. And these two controllers down here are two of Dan's early Culp boards, both with the beagle bones, the little mini beagle bones on them. This one here's got a bunch of remote ports. This one here's got some locals and some remotes. The Pi-based boards are still the cheapest way to get lots of pixels. The firmware can be a little fiddly at times, but you know, given you're probably learning how to use FPP as a show player, most people find it's more than acceptable. This is Pixel Stick. This is a very early Pixel Stick by the guy who made the first one. So this is Bill Porter's Pixel Stick. A Wi-Fi controller, really only does a couple of universes. I'm not a big fan of large amounts of Wi-Fi in a show. It struggles with performance, although there is Pixel Stick firmware these days that allows you to have a local SD card, and that would generally work pretty well. The rest of the boards across the bottom are the various generations of Falcon controllers. So this is an F16 V4, V3 4, F4 V3. Thank you. Very uncommon in Australia. I doubt there's another one around, unless someone imported them directly. Great value. They run a lot of pixels for a board at half the price. This is the F16 V3. This is the previous one, the V2R, and that's the V2, the original V2, which was a blue board. And the F48 is here with all of its remote receivers. I still think, I'm a little biased, but I think that the Falcons are probably still the easiest to configure, but they are more expensive than on a per pixel driven basis. Any questions? There's a lot of controllers there, lots of different flavors. You're still seeing, I've seen a number of people bringing out Pi-based boards and BeagleBone-based boards, with FPP being open source, etc. It's fairly easy for people. So there's a guy in India, I think, making them now. I think Scott Hansen makes them. So they're pretty common. There's a number of different sources there. Alan makes them as well. He builds capes and the like that will go on either and drive them. So they're quite common and quite easy to get. And this one here, this is the new F16 V4. It's a version 1.0 board, so it's the one I didn't smoke this morning. This is Daryl's. Yeah, one of my debug pins came loose in transit, and I powered the board up, and the magic smoke came out. So I released. You didn't smell it? No. You need a more sensitive nose. It was visible, a little cloud. Anyway, very, very similar to the F16 V3. It's got a few things different. We've dropped the USB port, which quite frankly was impossible to use on the V3, so we dropped it. It was difficult. He's made the input pins easier to use, so hopefully people might consider using it as a way to have buttons or whatever, and it can send events back to your FPP and the like, so you can do distributed inputs, things like that. It has the 16 pixel outputs. It will support the 2 remotes. It doubles the number of pixels, so it's at 192 universes of data, 32 strings of 1024, or 48 of 704. So it'll drive a lot of pixels. Supports basically all the same protocols. So the Falcon boards don't support quite as many as the Avatex, but definitely support more protocols than all the others. Unlike the Falcon was kind of unique, it has an FPGA, which means it's able to drive a different protocol out each and every port. That's not true with the V4. The V4 can do one protocol per bank, so ports 1 to 16, 17 to 32, and so forth. Each can do a different protocol, but you can't do a different protocol per output. And we've dropped support for the GECEs, not very popular around here at least. And in the US, there's a few people around that use them, but they're largely gone by the by. It's got the show player functionality built in. There's been a number of enhancements to it. You now, on the V3s, when you try and use the USB port and play a show off it, it's got a number of constraints. One is it has to use V1 files, which are very large. You have to put them on the SD card. You can't upload them over the network. When you run it off the SD card on the V3, you can only use half the capacity of the board because it just takes too long to pull the data off the SD card. All of those problems have been solved on the V4. It will run a full load of pixels from the SD card. It uses V2 compressed sequence files, so the sequence files are a lot smaller, and you can upload them over the network both through Wi-Fi and the wired. The Wi-Fi is a little on the slow side, but it will upload. What have I missed? Sorry? Oh yes, receiver chaining has changed, and the receivers between the V4 and the V3 are not compatible. In dumb mode they will work fine, but the smart mode stuff is very different. The whole protocol for how they talk is very different. And you'll also see the cult boards, I believe, are going to go a similar way. Dave's talking to Dan about a similar change, which allows you to have more receivers on a particular chain. So right now you can have up to 3 smart receivers on a Falcon. These will support 6. Okay, and I don't have a receiver here, but they've got a little dial basically instead of the dip switches, and you turn the dial to say what number it is in the chain. So that, and you're dividing up typically 1024 pixels. You'll also notice that this has 2 smart remote outputs. So the 16 output board has 2 smart receiver outputs on it, so you can drive 12 smart receivers off the 16 board without having to buy any expansions or anything. And when you see the F48, the F48 actually has 4 local ports, right? Basically, it's got one of the smart receivers built into the F48 itself. Because what we found was most people would put an F48 in a box and put a receiver right alongside it because they wanted some local ports and all the remotes. So Dave decided to build one of the smart remotes right onto the board in the box. But you don't have to use it, they remap and everything else. The expansions, so the expansions are a little bit different. You don't daisy chain here, you've got one output and you daisy chain the local expansion boards. On the F16 there's actually 2 headers, one for each. That's really the only... Yes. The audio board still plugs in, so there's a little audio expansion you can play, and it will play audio files locally. So you can use it as a complete show player if that's what you want to do. At the moment, at least, it won't send pixel data out to other controllers. It's something we're contemplating, but I'm not sure yet whether we're going to do it or not. It has the fan header. If you use a PC-type fan with the 3 wires, it will change the speed of the fan to try and manage the temperature in the box and things like that. And I'll show you all that on the web UI in a minute. I think that's it. If you want to take a couple of minutes, have a look, and then we'll go over. I'll get the presentation up. Sorry, the UI up, and I'll walk you through it, show you its various modes and everything else. It does also have the 33 ohm output resistor, so it will drive your pixels further than the F16 V3 did. You can look at my video from last year where I talked about that. Hey? What is? Come on. Oh, here we go. Come on. All right, you can probably hear me a bit better now. That's odd. I sworn. Build 32, this is build 9, that's weird. There's a bug. All right, shall we make a start? All right, so this is, for those that haven't seen it before, this is the web interface for the F16 V4. You'll notice it looks very, very, very similar to the F16 V3. That was deliberate. The web interface for the V3, I think, is an extremely simple interface to use, and so we try to keep it as similar as possible and limit the changes only where they really need to be made. Now, I'm going to make an assumption that most people have seen an F16 V3 and focus a little bit more on just the fine UI tweaks that we've made to try and make it better. So the first one here is up in the board modes. When we were thinking about the board modes, we tried to make the board modes as descriptive as possible of what the board looks like when you've done it. So you can see, although the descriptions are quite long, they're very clear around, you know, I've got 16 plus 16 local ports. So the 16 ports on your F16 plus a 16 port local expansion, right? Whereas if you've got a 16 port local ports and then 4 senders, then you would pick the 16 ports plus 4 smart receiver chains. Okay, so we tried to keep that as simple as possible. The controller modes are all the same ones that are currently supported on the F16 V3 if you're running the latest firmware. So the DDP is supported on the F16 V3 if you've got the latest firmware, so that's there. And it supports the remote and master mode, so you can use it as a show player controlling other devices as well, or as a local player. The rest hasn't changed dramatically. It's got the usual voltage detectors and temperature detectors. You'll see that the temperatures they'll go amber every now and then if the temperature gets above the threshold that we've set. That will typically turn the fan on. The fan will get faster if you've got a speed control fan. So the RPMs here will start to go up. It also tracks the processor temperature. If the processor temperature gets too high, it'll dim your display, under the assumption that by dimming your display, it's going to reduce the amount of heat in your box. If it doesn't, and the processor temperature gets even higher still, it will actually stop the controller hopefully before it does too much damage. And obviously in hot climates, that's kind of desirable. You have the usual universe counts down here. It's currently obviously configured for a single universe. We have changed the way you do this. If you want this to be 100 universes, you can now do that on a single line, bringing it out of the Stone Age. No longer do you need 100 lines. It does kind of encourage you also to use the same size for every universe as well, which is also something that's good. And if we go back to the status now, you get a table It's nicely color coded so you can see them apart, and will track the number of universes just like the current one does. Test mode has not changed. Some of the bugs that were in test mode in the V3 have been fixed, but basically it's essentially the same. It will do the virtual string breakdowns and so forth if you've got those configured. I don't at the moment. There is some changes in the test mode. I've added this test mode called number, and what this will do is it will actually light up the number of pixels on each output corresponding to the output number. So if you're not sure whether that's output number 1 or 3 or 1 or 2, you put it into number mode and you go and look at how many pixels are lit up, and if it's 1, it's port 1, if it's 2, it's port 2. Because the number of times we have tried to debug situations and people have sworn, no, it's in port 1, and of course I find the Falcon's a little bit odd. I always think that the reverse should be number 1, and they've plugged it into the wrong port. It's misconfigured, and that's why it's not working. So this tries to make that a little bit easier to test for. The input side, and you'll notice how snappy the web interface is too. It's really quick compared to the old one. Boots in next to no time. In fact, I have to slow the boot down. The input pins, those 4 green connectors, is where you can put, basically you can put a button that just shorts the 2 pins together, and when that happens, an event fires, and here you can control what happens. In player mode, you can start sequences, stop sequences, and things like that. But even when it's not in player mode, you can send events, you can send an FPP event off to your show player, or you can start a test pattern. You can also create a reboot button. So you want to put a reboot button on the outside of your box that you can just press and your controller reboots. Set up an input, put a button on the outside of your box, press it, and you don't have to open your box up to reboot your controller. Right, that sort of thing. There's also one there to blank the pixels out, which allows you to force the pixels off. The network side doesn't change dramatically. You do have the Wi-Fi configuration. If you don't configure the Wi-Fi, it can come up as a hotspot, so you can just connect to it directly. I probably need to add something that allows you to disable that, because you probably won't always want it to come up as a hotspot, because then anyone can connect to your controller by connecting to that network. But at the moment, you can see that it's come up as 10.201.0.1. So if you're connected to that now, please don't. But if you did, you could configure it through the Wi-Fi interface, although it's probably a little bit out of date at the moment. I didn't update it. So that's that. And the way it's configured, the 201 is actually the 4th. You notice how it's actually 201 dot here, up here. And the reason we do that is so that when they all come up, if you've got multiple Falcon controllers, they'll all come up with their own network. So you can log on. If you've got 4 Falcon controllers, you can connect onto all 4 of them. You don't have to worry that they'll have network clashes and you'll only be able to connect to one of them. So you can always get in. We talked about that. The pixels. The pixels are very, very similar. You'll notice you can only set the protocol once for all 16 ports. We did, behind this question mark, add a page to try and explain to people protocols. So there's a lot of different chips out there that you can find in various pixels, and they're not all unique. A lot of them actually understand the same protocols. And so in this table here, we've tried to list all of the alternative pixels that we believe are compatible with 2811. Okay? Now, you should definitely test this. I have not managed to test every single one of those, although I've looked at every data sheet and we've tested a number of them. I can't swear that they're all perfect, but we believe these all work. And so if you've got a pixel like a UCS 2903, then you should set the controller into WS2811 mode and it should work. All right? There are a number of other protocols down here, including 4 channels and 12-bit and 16-bit. There's a whole bunch of protocols that it will use. You do get differing numbers of maximum pixels per output as you go into different protocols. Well, the numbers we quote, 1024, 704, that's 2811s. The other protocols, it varies depending on the protocol and its complexity, etc. Some of them are actually quite low. What do we got here? 288 if you're running TLS 3001s, right? These are the old Minleon protocols. 384 if you're running UCS 8904, 16 bits. And the reason that's so low is because it's assuming that you're going to send basically 2 bytes per channel rather than just 1 byte per channel, so everything comes down pretty dramatically. Other than that, most of these settings are the same. The only slight difference, we have added the concept of end nulls rather than just start nulls. We find particularly when people are building megatrees, they start at the beginning of the strand, on their first strand, and they go up and down, but they want a null pixel at the end so they can jump across to the next strand. And having the null pixel at the beginning just made that really hard to do. And so we allow you now to set an end nulls as well, and just makes that stuff a little bit easier to configure. There is also a visualizer. The visualizer is designed much like the original visualizer in Xlights, just to show you how things are configured. It's a little bit boring here because very little is configured. It will, however, tell you that we're running port 9, we're running 40 pixels at, if I come across to here, what are we running these ones at 100%, and it estimates that that's going to draw 2.2 amps. Okay. Xlights does a similar thing in their visualizer. You can see it estimates the number of amps. If you defined a number of virtual strings or smart remotes, etc., all of those pixels assigned to that port would show up across here, so you can visualize how everything's connected together and what's sharing the limit. And the breadth of this bar basically represents the 1024 pixels that are available on that output, so you can see how close you are to consuming all the pixels that you can do on that output. Unlike the Xlights visualizer, this is not interactive. You can't drag and drop stuff around. You can just see it. You can do things. There are a few shortcuts here. So if I say that this is 100 pixels here, you've always in the Falcon been able to press F2 or clone string. You can now press Shift F2 and it just copies it all the way down as if they were all joined together. Saves you a little bit of time. And if we save that now, and we go back to visualizer. Come on, why did you not come up? Why did you not come up? No. It didn't save, that's why. Sorry? Thank you. I'd prefer if you didn't do it on the Wi-Fi interface. Okay, you threw me. All right, there they are. In fact, we've got a virtual string now. Yeah, we do. We have a virtual string. Oh, hello, Keith. Thank you. All right, so this is what a virtual string looks like. It shows it up as a separate block of pixels. It might have a different brightness. If the virtual string has a different amount of brightness, when it's calculating the amps, Xlights takes into account the fact that you've made them dimmer and will show or estimate less current draw because you set them to dimmer. The serial, there is only one serial output on the new F16. There were 3, or technically 4, on the F16 V3. There's only the one here, and it only does DMX and Renard. We've dropped the PixelNet protocol. I don't think anyone is using it. If they are using it, they're probably using it on an old Falcon controller at any rate, so we didn't feel the need to keep it. On the settings front, there are a number of settings here. Most of them are quite similar. You have this fan accelerate temperature, so this is how hot do you want your box to get before it starts to accelerate the fan to try and drive active cooling. And there's also a brightness reduction temperature. So how hot do you want your box to get before you want the controller to start dimming your pixels down to try and reduce the current draw going through the board. That's there. It now will connect to a time server, so it can pull the time off the internet. It will store the time as well if you battery back it up. But it will also, if you've got it connected to the internet, pull the time down when it boots. So if you're using it as a show player and you need the time, it will do that. It does allow you to set a controller color, fairly similar to, why did that not work? There we go. And you can see that it'll put a color bar across the top. Just so you can recognise which controller you're on. If you're running multiple controllers, you set a different colour for each, and every page that you go to save that, every page that you go to will show that same colour, so you can see what controller you're on. There is a dark mode, so for those that you like dark mode, you have a dark mode. You'll notice this white square here. If you create a logo for your show and put it onto the SD card, it will pull your show logo off the SD card, so you can have a branded UI for your show for those that like to bling their shows up. There is also a low voltage detection here. You can turn that on. What it's basically doing is watching the V2 port, and if the V2 port voltage falls below 5 volts, it will show a warning on both the OLED and the screen. This is a common failure mode that we see. People are trying to run their controllers at 5 volts. They don't give it enough oomph, and the controller seems to look okay. It seems to boot, but we often find the network doesn't work, etc., and it's typically because it's undervolted. And so here it will monitor that and display it. We allow you to disable it just because there are some circumstances where there will be no voltage detected, and that's okay, and we didn't want that to be cluttering everything up. And you can also tell it not to access the internet. So if you don't want the controller ever talking to the internet, you can turn that off, in which case it obviously won't pull down the time server. It'll also check for updated firmware as well, and if you disable the internet access, it won't try to do that either. So if your controller doesn't have internet access, we'd suggest you turn that off, because it'll boot a little bit quicker because it won't go looking for those things. And that's basically it. You can see it's not enormously different to the F16 V3. The biggest difference is just the number of pixels that it supports, which is basically double. And the whole banking thing has largely gone away. Questions? I don't. I know Dave wanted to keep the pricing basically the same. Given the current situation with availability of and pricing of microchips, I can't swear that things aren't going to change. I think all suppliers at some point are going to come under both availability pressure and price pressure. It's just that, you know, microchips they were paying $1 for, they're now paying $2 or $3 for, and that adds up when you look at the number of microchips that appear on a board. So at the end of the day, that's Dave's call, and I imagine Dave's going to make that call closer to his launch date. The board design is final. Dave has ordered his first pilot batch that we'll be sending out to some people to test with, and that's going to be closely followed by the first batch, which will be over 1,000 boards. So there'll be availability, and he has those parts already available. So it's not like we're hoping we're going to be able to get what we need to build the boards. He's got that sorted. I have a build of X-Lights that supports the upload, yes. There's a couple of reasons why I haven't released it. One is, obviously, it doesn't really matter because no one's got the boards yet, although that will change fairly soon. The other reason I haven't released it is because although I've been spending a lot of time working on the Falcon board, I still believe fundamentally that X-Light should be agnostic of controllers. And the HinksPix controllers support an even larger number of smart remotes on their outputs. I think it's 15. I can't remember if it's 15 or 16. I'm pretty sure it's 15. smart remotes. And I've been talking to Scott around how we might support both without creating a whole bunch of UI anomalies. The way we do it today, if we were to duplicate what we do today in the future, when you right click to set the smart remotes, you'd have a menu that would be longer than the screen, and that's obviously silly. And so we've been talking about, well, what's the best way to structure that menu or that configuration such that you can set everything that you need to set without ending up with some silly UI that no one can understand. Nothing else? All too easy. We do expect that the boards will be available in July. That's still my expectation, unless Dave runs into problems with China building them. They take about a month to build just because, particularly the V3s, the F48s are easier to get built because they don't have extra heavy copper layers on them to support all the current that goes through the board. But the V3 boards take a little bit longer to get made, yeah. I doubt it. I doubt it. The one thing that I didn't mention, or I kind of mentioned, is this web interface that you see here is identical on the Wi-Fi chip. So if you connect over the Wi-Fi interface, everything that you can do here, you can do via the Wi-Fi interface. That's definitely not true on the V3 today. I didn't show it, but if you take this thing and put it into player mode, hopefully this switches over, it doesn't always. Come on. All right, when it's in player mode, you have a file manager which allows you to upload. You can actually upload MP3 files. The Falcon will convert them into WAV files, which are quite large, but they're much easier for the Falcon to play. You can, but you can also upload the FSCQ files. You can drag and drop them onto the button here, or you can click the button, select the file, and upload it. The playlists allows you to construct playlists. Now, it's a simple show player. It doesn't support all the whiz-bang widgets. It basically allows you to add music only, animation only, or songs with sequences with music. It allows you to do a couple of pauses, reorder things, loop them, that sort of stuff. But it's quite a basic show player. It's not designed as a replacement for FPP or Xschedule. It's just designed for that person that wants a simple show, maybe a single controller, maybe a couple. It has a scheduler. Again, the scheduler is quite simple. You know, it's just a playlist, a start and end date, a time, day of the week. It does support some priorities, so you can have overlapping schedules like you can on FPP and Xschedule. But again, quite a simple scheduler, not trying to replace that. And it does offer a continuous mode where you can basically say, I just want this thing to play this playlist all the time. Not really designed for hobbyists, it's really designed for people that are using the Falcon controller in a situation where they've got a sequence, they just want it to play all the time, they're just driving some pixels, and so it has a continuous mode to do that. All right.
How's that? Nah, it's gone. Is that working? Righto. It's going now, is it? Yeah, sorry about that. So basically, the 4 amps comes out of our battery, our power supply, comes to our first light, 2 amps goes off, 2 amps keeps going. So when you think about it, Christmas lights, you've got 100 nodes, you're going to have all the power come out, some power go into the first node, some power into the second, be quiet, some power into the third one, some power into the fourth one, and so on. So this is how the current gets distributed. Watts is the next thing we need to worry about. So watts is the rate of energy transfer, and we call that power. We've measured in watts, and it's called capital W. Now, power in a DC circuit is volts times amps. So we're getting into the interesting stuff now. It's also I squared R, and it's also V squared on R. We have a power triangle. Same thing with P, I and V. You put your finger over it and away you go, work out your calculation. So let's go back to our little fella, 12 volts, 6 ohms, 2 amps current, we worked that out. How much power's in that circuit? So using PIV, 2 times 12, it's 24. I like to use nice easy numbers. So in our power supply we're driving 24 watts into that 6 ohm light. Following along, if we had 2 lights, we know we've got 4 amps. We're going to have 24 watts into each light. So therefore the power supply is 48 watts. So it's pretty straightforward when you want to start working out how much watts or how much current your power supply has to supply to your loads. Just add the loads up. Okay, ins and outs of a power supply. Basically, the power into a power supply equals the power out. Even though the volts and amps might be different, power in equals power out plus a bit. So there's our U-Butte power supply. That's a Fing 3000. It's got 300 watts. And I've got a 5 volt output on it. So how much current can I get out of it? So back to our PIV formula. So the current coming out is the power divided by the voltage. It's a 300 watt power supply. I've got 5 volts. I'm going to get 60 amps out of it. That's fairly straightforward. Unless it's a Chinese power supply, then you'll get 29.6 before the smoke comes out. A eBay power supply, let me be particular. If it's a 12 volt power supply, it's still a 300 watt power supply. If it's 12 volts, it's going to be 300 divided by 12. I'm going to get 25 amps out of it. So the same 300 watts gives you a different current at different voltages. It's still the same power. So what goes into the power supply? Basically 300 watts out, 300 watts in. This is an area that catches the beginners because I think they've got a 60 amp power supply at 5 volts. And they're saying, but my power point's only 10 amps. So basically it's 300 watts divided by 240 volts, which gives us 1.25 amps at 240 volts AC. Considering it's basic, there are further numbers to put in the calculation. That's good enough for us. So a 10 amp power supply can handle a 300 watt power supply plugged into the 240 volt power point. It's only pulling 1.25 amps at 240 volts. Does that make sense? That's a lot of newbies that don't have an experience with electricity get caught up on that. So power in equals power out plus a bit. Power supplies are rated on their efficiency. So we said power in plus power out plus a bit. Most power supplies are about 85%, a decent power supply. Obviously, eBay specials are going to be less. If you want more than 85%, you start paying for it. So in this case, the output's going to be 300 watts, but the 300 watts is 85% of the input. So when we do a little calculation, the input's actually 353 watts. Nothing's free. The power supply has to work. It has to get power to work to be a power supply. So it has to get power to convert the 240 volts into 5, And in this case, it's using 353 watts coming in to let 300 watts go out, and that's 85%. That 53 watts turns into heat. So our power supply is going to dump that 53 watts as heat. It will get hot, it will need a fan. It might be good if you're in somewhere where it snows, it keeps it warm. It's something to consider. And effectively you're paying for it. So you're paying for 353 watts, you're only getting 300 out of it. In this case, when we do our calculation, the 353 watts coming in is about 1.47 amps instead of the 1.25 we had previously. That's heat. So it's inefficient, but most power supplies are about this number. So let's have a look at a data sheet. When you go out and buy a good power supply, the manufacturer will give you a data sheet. They're available on the web. I have printed out a few here if anybody really wants to have a look at some. This is for a Meanwell HRP 600 power supply, which I happen to have a few of, hence I've got the data sheets. HRP high reliability. Told you, I have my biases. I don't like things blowing up on me. So the HRP, it has a high efficiency of up to 89%. That's high. All right, and you get into the 90s, that's super high. You're not going to get much higher because you still need energy to do the conversion. It's got short circuit overload, over voltage, over temperature protection that works. And it's got a 5-year warranty. Another interesting thing about when you start buying these Meanwell power supplies, or the better quality power supplies, when it says it's a 600 watt power supply, that is 600 watts, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It will pump out 600 watts. Not I have to run it lower because it's an eBay special and I can't run it at 100%. These will run at 100%, so you know what you're getting. When you look at the data sheet, my eyes are going on me, there's a 5 volt version and a 12 volt version. They're both called 600s, which is a marketing number, but the 5 volt version is 600 watt and the 12 volt version is 636 watts. I've got multifocal lens and I'm always in the wrong spot. But anyway, so 636, which is different to what it says on the nameplate, but that's just marketing. Interestingly, there are a couple of figures down there. We've got line regulation and load regulation. And it says it's 0.5%. And what does that mean? It means if you have the power supply sitting there at 12 volts with no load connected on it and you measure at 12 volts, and then you dump 100% load on it, so it's going flat out, the voltage will change by no more than 0.06 volts. That's basically what it means. So the output is rock solid, stable, which you don't want. You don't want your power supply voltage going up and down, destroying your controller and everything else down the line. The other thing to look at is the voltage range. A lot of these power supplies are what we call universal power supplies. The input to it is between 120 and 370 volts DC, or 85 to 260 volts AC. So it's one size fits all. You buy them, you plug them into your power supply, they work. Be it America 110 volts, Australia 240. If you're incoming, if you live out in the bush and your 240 volt fluctuates, this thing's quite happy all the way up to 264. Still works. It will. It will. So a switch mode power supply, just getting off track, brings the AC in. First thing it does, turns it to DC. And with the DC, it then plays with it and produces your output. So it's quite happy, it'll take DC. And just sits back and says, oh, I haven't got to convert it. DC, and away it goes. So you can use them in DC circuits, if it's within tolerance. Which is why you don't need to buy a filter or a blackout filter when you go and buy your TV and the local TV shop says, here, buy this filter to put on the front of your TV to protect your TV. And it's only $200. And you say, yeah, but the TV's got a switch mode power supply on it. The very first part of a switch mode power supply is a filter, followed by a rectifier. So anyway, efficiency, have a look at it. The 5 volt one is the first fella, 82% efficient. The 12 volt is 88% efficient. And they've got 24 volt and 48 volt models, and the efficiency goes up. Obviously, the less it has to chop it down from a big number to 5 volts or to a larger number, the more efficient that it is. If you have a look at this one, the working temperature for this power supply is minus 40 to plus 70 degrees. And the over voltage is 6 to 7 volts, so won't produce more than that, it'll shut down. And there's 14 to 16 volts. A lot of people say, oh, I have trouble with my Christmas lights. I just turn the power supply up a bit to produce more voltage. Yeah, there's other ways to solve that problem, but this fella will shut down. The working temperature is a nice little graph. If you see there, that says 100% across the top, all the way up to 50 degrees. So this power supply, between minus 40 and 50 degrees, will give you 100%, all 600 watts. At, excuse me, at 50 degrees, it starts to go down until it hits 70 degrees, where it's at 60%. So as the power supply gets hotter, it can't work as hard, it will shut down. So the power supply will limit itself on how much current it will produce, all the way to 70 degrees, and then it turns off. This is interesting because this being a HRP power supply, it's flat out till 70. Now this curve, they'll give you the curve and you can check it, and it's probably spot on. Some of the lesser brands and the eBay specials, they won't do this. It'll die. The hotter it gets, it just dies. So on a nice hot summer's day when you've got your Christmas lights on, your power supply will just die. Now this is one I really like. MTBF. Anybody know what that means? Oh, look at this. Mean time before failure, 140,600 hours. 100, and that's to a military specification, HDK 217, whatever. So it's 140,000 hours, 5,858 days, 16 years. So basically, at 25 degrees. Plug it in, 25 degrees, on average, 16 years before it'll fail. That's high quality. And it's not unusual. I work in the power industry, I've been there for too many years. We have power supplies that are 35 years old and they just keep working. Happy as Larry, working away. Designed well, meant to work. This one here, they're sort of saying 16 years. I like that. I like to know if I put that power supply in my mega tree, it can be there for 16 years and I haven't got to worry about it. So we can work out our power supply. We know about volts and amps and ohms and volt and temperature, and I've got to buy a mean well and all this sort of stuff. How much load is my mega tree or my Christmas lights going to produce? How big a power supply do I need? If you're going to buy a power supply, you need to know what sort of voltage, 5 volt, 12 volt, 48 volt, how much current, how much power. So before we get into that, we need to have a sidetrack. We'll have a look at LEDs. For those that don't know, LEDs are a semiconductor. They're little doodahs, you give them volts and they give off light. Basically, an LED requires about 2 volts. And when we have an RGB LED, we've actually got an RGB LED in the one casing. So we have 3 LEDs. As a rule of thumb, back of the coaster, think about it, you need 20 milliamps per colour. So on an RGB node, 60 milliamps, milliamps being a thousandth of an amp. So at 5 volts, you've got 5 times 60 milliamps, 0.3 of a watt per LED, per node. At 12 volts, Ohm's law, you need 0.72 watts per node. Remember, they're a 2 volt device, so at 2 volts it's 0.12 watts. So a node basically is 120 milliwatts, but at 12 volts it's 720. So where's that extra 600 milliwatts per node going? It's going as heat. So we have 12 volts, we give it to LED, LED says I don't want 10 of that, I only want 2, and dumps that 10 as heat effectively.
This is getting back to the 12 and 5 volt argument. So with an LED, 100 nodes at 5 volts, that's going to be 6 amps, 30 watts. At 12 volts, it's going to be 6 amps, 72 watts. So a real world example, my megatree, I've got 1800 nodes on it. It's a 5 volt megatree. 1800 nodes is 108 amps or 540 watts at our rule of thumb of 20 milliamps. Now people will say, oh yes, I bought some LEDs and I measured them and they're only 15. Well, that's good. They could be 18, I've seen 13. But you don't know what the next batch of LED is going to be. So rule of thumb calculation is 20. So 5 volts, my megatree, 108 amps, 540 watts, which is why I've got a HRP 600 power supply. If I want to run my megatree at 12 volts, 108 amps, 1,296 watts, I would have to buy a 1,300 watt power supply or 2 and a bit 600 watt power supplies. So the money goes up. And I'm making 12 volts, giving it to the nodes, and the nodes are going, yeah, heat. I don't want it. So the argument between 5 volts and 12 volts with your nodes depends upon things like how close they are and whether or not you can afford to buy 3 power supplies or just 1. Good example. So multiple power supplies in the real world. So why do we want multiple power supplies? You might have different voltages, different LEDs, different locations, one over here, one over there. You can series power supplies for higher volts, asterisk. You can parallel power supplies for higher current, asterisk. And there's always a but. The power supplies that you're using must be designed to work in parallel or to work in series, or not good. So, series power supplies, rarely used. I haven't seen anybody use them. You can do it if you know what you're talking about, but effectively you'd have a, say, 6 volt power supply, another 6 volt power supply, you've got your Christmas lights, and you just join them up in a big circle. It's the same as putting batteries into a torch, they're just all lined up. It's got to be designed for it. You probably need to, forget you saw this, you're never going to use it, don't worry about it. Unless you do it. So I want you all to look here, please. Thank you. So, parallel supplies is what we do. It's possible if your power supplies are built for it. There's a method called diode auctioneering, if you're used to it, where you can use 2 diodes at the end of a power supply to join your power supplies up, but it creates more problems and it's more expensive than it's worth. So we often use in the Christmas light places what they call split actives, or we use it for power injections, but we like to keep our negative rails common. Split active isolates the supply. So when you're paralleling up your power supplies, you want 600 watts, you've got 2 300 watt power supplies. So you get your 2 power supplies, you get your Christmas lights, and you just join them up, positive to positive and negative to negative, and off we go. Theoretically, that should produce twice the current, twice the power. Nothing's ever free, there's always a but. What usually happens is one power supply tries to jam it into the other power supply. That complains and ups its voltage and tries to jam it back into the other one, and then they complain even more. If you're doing this and you have power supplies that are designed for it, there's often a control connection between the 2 power supplies and they talk to each other and they share the load and everything's happy. And so if you know you're going to do this for whatever reasons, you might have size constraints. It might be cheaper to buy 2 600 watt power supplies that you can parallel up as opposed to buying 1 1300 watt that you can't. If you don't do it, if they're not designed to be paralleled up, go bang. Usually, maybe. Having said that, there's probably somebody who says, oh, I've done that and I have no troubles and it works really well. Yeah, righto, good. But usually each power supply sees the other one as a load and it tries to irritate it. So, single power supplies. This is how they tell you to do it. Most people do it this way. Out of your power supply, into your controller, you've got your volts and your current and your ground and your data, and it all goes out to your Christmas lights. Now, my megatree, in this particular one, it has some problems. My megatree, 108 amps. If this is how I wired my Megatree up, I'd be trying to drag 108 amps through my control board, through my controller. Most controllers are good for about 7 amps on each output, 30 amps per bank. If you try and pull 108 amps through your power supply like that, you go bang. Lets all the smoke out, stops working. Another issue is voltage drop. So as I said, with your pipe, the bigger the pipe, the better. If you look at your nodes that you buy from manufacturers, the wires are quite small. And by the time you have 1,800 of them, that's a long bit of hose that's very narrow. So our voltage is going to disappear as it gets to the end of it. And I'm dragging 108 amps through it, which it won't like anyway because it's too small. It's not a good solution. Personally, I do not drag current through my controllers. Controllers cost you hundreds of dollars. They've got to come from overseas unless you buy the Aussie Advatec ones, which are good controllers. And if you blow one up, you're stuck. So a better option is to do this. Power supply controller, voltage into your controller, then you have all your lights. Take the data out of your controller, take the power around the controller. Put a fuse in there, that will work. I'm not dragging heaps of current through my controller. And the controller's only good for 7 amps. I might want to pull more than that. This will allow me to do that without upsetting the controller. Also means I'm not going to damage my controller as easily. No. No. You'll see the negative wires goes to the controller, it's grounded. It's all at the same point. I'll come back to that. That will work. And it works well, but it's still 108 amps. I'm still pulling 108 amps through those wires coming out of the power supply. General rule of thumb, if you don't remember anything from this speech, is 1 millimetre squared equals 10 amps. Rough. So to pull 108 amps, I need an 11 mil squared cable, which is basically Weldon cable. And we use 4 mil squared, 1.5 mil squared. The cables on our nodes are 0.5 mil squared. So it solves the high current through the controller, which is something I really like. I still have voltage drop issues. I still have that 108 amps and all those nodes right to the very end. So a better option is to take the controller, power it up off the power supply, feed power into the first one, bypass it, feed through, and then pinch some power and go around it with some nice big fat wires. And this is a form of power injection. You'll see that there's only one circuit of power injection going to our lights. There's one fuse. If I'm pulling 108 amps, that's got to be a 120 amp fuse. I'm still pulling 108 amps from the power supply through that one wire, so I still need a big fat wire or multiple little wires. It works. I'm not dragging it through the controller. It will work okay, and you'll get away with it depending upon the current and how many things you've got. But the better solution is power it up, take some wires into your first lot, and then from the end just join them together, and then take another wire from there with a separate fuse on it, and then take another wire from there with another fuse on it. So suddenly I've got 3. So I've got 30 amps per wire now instead of 108 amps per one wire. The grounds are all joined together, the data's all joined together, data goes through. The data is referenced to the ground. So think of the ground as our measuring point. So with voltages, when we say it's 5 volts, it's like the height of that tank we had earlier. You can have 5 volts. You can have 5 volts here out of one power supply and 5 volts there out of another power supply. It's still 5 volts, but they're not connected to each other. So what we do is we join the grounds, which is our measuring basis where we're going to measure it from. We join the grounds together, so then our 5 volts is the same joint. So our data, which switches between 0 and 5 volts, even on the 12 volt circuits, it's coming off the same reference point at the bottom. So the grounds are all joined together. Getting back to your question, Matthew, the grounds are all connected together. And so they're all got the same reference point. Everybody's happy. Now, no, well, it's connected inside the board. So that doesn't need to be done. You've got to remember too is that we're doing this calculation based upon 60 milliamps per node, which is full white, worst case scenario, most current that you'll get. But we don't get that with our lights are on. We're putting a display on, we'll have a red and a green and a blue, and the lights are coming on and off. So we're not pulling full current all the time. So it's quite possible that some lights are demanding a lot of power and some aren't. So with this particular circuit, it's feasible that current will flow anyway. It could be flowing this way into this node. It could be coming up to this joint here and flowing back in through there. It's all joined together so the current evens itself out. It's quite complicated to work out how the current flows through it. And this is a good way of solving voltage drop. This is the method that I use on all my displays. The cable that I use for power injection is 1.5mm power cable, extension lead cable. It's nice and fat, it's double insulated. It does it well for what I need to do. Just the normal 1.5. It's good for about 15 amps. It works. So when you do multiple power supplies, which is a method that a lot of people employ, I don't like it. It's another one of my biases. They'll have the same circuit, power up the controller, put some power into the first one, and then they get another power supply and they connect that to the second lot. And then they get another power supply and connect that to the third lot. You'll notice that each power supply is only supplying one lot of lights. You can't put your finger on the power supply positive and draw a path and end up at another power supply positive. If you can do that, you're in trouble. Also note too that the grounds are all connected together. So we've tied all the grounds together, so all our power supplies are down level on the same reference, they call it. It works well, it's a split power supply. People use it everywhere. Those three power supplies could be physically next to each other in a box, or you could have one power supply here, one power supply on the roof, one power supply in the garage. It will still work. And these pictures I've pinched out of the 101 manual. Good place to go looking for this sort of stuff. My way of thinking, this particular way, let's say I've got, pick a number, 600 watts worth of power and I've got three 200 watt power supplies there. I don't get any back feed. So if this bloke here's fully on, that power supply has to supply these lot of lights. The second power supply can't chip in and back feed. Whereas in this method, I can backfeed power into this lot off the same positive line. To my way of thinking, I would rather buy one 600 watt power supply and do that than buy the three 200 watt power supplies and do this. That's how my brain works. One power supply, I don't get trouble with back currents and power supplies trying to blow each other up and things like that. It's easier to work. I'd rather buy a good single power supply and power the whole lot than buy three little ones. It gets back to how much money you're prepared to spend. There's no circular loops. You should not be able to put your finger on a power supply, red or black, and draw a line and come back to that power supply a different way when you've got multiple power supplies, and you can't do it that way. You find if you put your finger on a black wire, you can come out and go everywhere else, but you can't come back to it on another path, and we don't want that. So people will see, they'll say, oh, I've got to join all my negatives together because that references them and that's what they told me to do at the ACL. So on my two power supplies in the box, I'll put a joiner here as well. When you do that, you'll get three things will happen. Nothing. It'll blow up, or it'll stop working every third Tuesday at 3 o'clock and everybody's looking at it. You don't really know. And the trouble we have with it is that we can get what's known as a circulating current. So you can put your finger on this power supply on the black, you can come out and through and back up, and then back up to that power supply on a different path. It introduces noise, depending on your power supplies. They may or may not like it. They can oscillate. That's a ground loop, yes. If you're into audio stuff, it produces hum, all sorts of things. And it does some silly things, and it'll do different things to different people on different installations depending on where that wire is and how it's run, and Murphy's Law, and the day of the week, and the angle of the moon, and all these sort of things. And it's just one of those things that it works, you put your mega tree up, it works, it doesn't work. And you can bet that you've got something stupid like this just wanting to play up on you. Keep it simple, do it nice and neat, do it robust, get no troubles. So this is a no-no. Power supplies, location, safety is the number one. A lot of people use our 5 and 12 volts because we have kids in the yard, we don't want 240 out there. You've got to think that you've got to get access to them. If you have a mega tree and you've got a power supply right at the top of the tree, because that's nice and easy, and it stops working, you've got to get to it. Cable length is the biggest issue we have with our voltage drop and the problems that it causes. I've bought a new house, I've moved house. My Christmas lights are designed for the old house. I thought I'd throw them up. I put the lights up and I was this short between where the controller was and where the lights were. And my cable was this short. So I just found another cable and joined it all up, and it didn't work. And it was because it was this short. That much cable difference on the run that I had caused everything to die. So you can bet cable length comes into play, and it'll play up. Voltage drop is our issue. Weather is another one. You don't want your power supplies out in the rain. You pay a lot of money for them. Some are waterproof, some aren't. And finally, we're going to look at connecting to controllers. A lot of the controllers will handle 5 and 12 volt power supply at the same time. I've got 2 power supplies. I have a U-Butte Pixlite 16, pop little controller. I have 5 volts. I feed the 5 volts into the power supply number 1 there, and I also tap off that as well, which is going off to feed my lights. I take the data out of that first input. That will power the board off 5 volts, and all those connectors on the bottom will give me 8 outputs. That's what I use for my Megatree. I can also come along and connect a 12 volt to the other one, and I can power 12 volts off the top set. Same sort of data again. And that 12 volt goes to my arches, which are that short from the front, and the board will use it. You can do it. Different power supplies on the same board. I think the Falcons can. Anybody? They can. And who knows? Something to consider when you've got your controllers. Works really well, but you've got to make sure. In this particular case, the 8 on the bottom are 5, and the 8 on the top are 12. Usually, inside the circuit board, our grounds are connected. So our grounds are connected there, internal to the board. Everything's referenced to the same point. Our data's happy, 12 volt, 5 volt. It will work. Usually, check your controllers. You can just trace the board out if you wanted to. But people will do this and they go, oh, that's right, I've got to connect the power supplies up. And they do this. And they join the 2 power supplies together. And we get back to our circulating currents, and which is a no-no. Once again, it will do absolutely nothing. It will blow your power supplies up, or it'll play up on the 3rd Tuesday. You don't really know what it's going to do. Don't do it. It's getting back to that test. Can I put my finger on it, and can I get back to it a different path? That's what you do not want. Finally, any questions? I scooted through it. You tend to go away. Back at the start, I said basics. When you join your power supplies up, if you parallel them up at the start, like I had in that picture, both the power supplies, the little electron pixies run out and they see another power supply, so they want to go into it. If they're separated and you have a distance between them, that distance will have resistance, and that resistance will help to balance the power supplies out, and they won't get that problem, but you can get a voltage drop across the two, and you can get circulating currents. And you've got to get into what's known as superposition theorem to work out what exactly is happening. So to keep it basic and to keep it simple, don't do it. If you want to do it, by all means do it, work it out, do the measurements, come and present next year, because I'd love to see what happens. Yeah, so yes, you can get away with it sometimes, but don't recommend it. I like simple, keep it robust, keep it working. Any other questions? I did hope to bring some power supplies to show you the difference between a Meanwell HRP and a eBay one, and I forgot. One of the big differences is the weight. You can feel the weight in the two devices. When I first started out on the Christmas lights, I bought some eBay power supplies, took them to work to give them a decent test. The first one was a 50 amp power supply that I could get 29 amps out of. And I pulled it apart and it was missing half its parts inside. So it had 50 amps on the outside, but it only had 29 amps in the inside. So I added some parts to it and I could get 40 out of it. The other one blew up when I shorted the two leads together, and I haven't got it going, it's dead. Another one was a 33 amp 5 volt power supply, and all the parts inside were 30 amp parts. It's just, to me, we spend a lot of money on LEDs, we spend a lot of money on our hobby, we go away on weekends and we buy computers and boards and everything else. Why would you skimp on a power supply that's driving the whole lot? Because when it dies on Christmas Eve, you're not going to get a new one, your circuits are dead. There are people here who use cheap power supplies. They buy an extra one as a spare, they've been using them for years, they parallel them up, nothing goes wrong. Good. Not my house. I've seen what's inside them. I don't want that outside. I don't want that electrocuting kids. As I said, I'm biased. Yep. Yeah, basically it's acting as a resistor to balance the load. Yeah. Seems like being cheap and buy decent power supplies. Anybody else got a question that's power supply related or any other related that I could help with? No? No. Unless you like sticking pins in his eyeballs. I liken a switch mode power supply to a top. You get them spinning and they're lovely and they sit there and they spin. When they stop spinning, that's it. They don't like that. You can't sort of make them spin. And with that picture I had of the power supply earlier, all they want to do is stop working. So they're balanced. They're happy to shut down if they're not too much current, not enough current, too much volts, not enough volts, and they just want to shut down to protect themselves. I've repaired them in the past. If you've got the parts, yeah, repair them. But if you buy good ones, Meanwell's got a 5-year warranty, 16 years MTFB. Yeah. Yeah, as I said, I'm biased. I like it's the Fords and Holdens, but I think if I'm going to buy something, I want something that works. And yeah, usually not worth repairing them. Unless you've got the parts and the know-how, and you like sticking pins in your eyeballs, because that's what it's like. Anybody else?
What's better, Meanwell power supplies or computer power supplies? This is from Smart Alliance.
Interesting. I prefer the Meanwells, because I'm biased, and that's what I like. Computer power supplies are designed for running a computer, and the load on the computer is fairly constant. Whereas our Christmas lights, we've got all on, all off, green, blue, red, orange, yellow, and the load on the power supply is in and out and in and out and in and out. And the normal Meanwell power supplies and others are designed to handle that fluctuating load, whereas computer power supplies aren't. Having said that, there's people out there with computer power supplies that work brilliantly. Yeah. So if I was walking into a shop and there was a computer power supply and a Meanwell power supply, same price, same volts, same watts, same everything else, I'd buy the Meanwell. Personally. Maybe. Anything else? Yeah. Yeah, servers. Yep. Yeah. Yep. No, that's a different, yeah. But they're designed for servers and, yeah, so server power supply, yes, over a normal computer power supply, sorry. Just because what they're designed to do. Servers like plenty of current, plenty of heat. So if I sorted out the 5 volt, 12 volt argument. General rule of thumb, if it's nice and close, if it's a matrix, if it's a mega tree, 5 volts. Don't have to buy big power supplies, it's nice and close, you can do power injection, all that. If you've got a long run, 12 volts, because you can afford the voltage drop. The newer pixels have a little regulator in them, so they'll work down to about 7 volts, I think, if you're lucky. So you can lose power all the way to the end of your run and still have lights and still have colour and still have everything else. The older ones you can't. If it gets down to, if you start with 12, you can come down to 7. If you start with 5, I think it stops at 4. So you've got more capacity to lose power, lose voltage and your voltage drop.
Self-starters on supplies.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Right, when you turn a power supply on, as I said, the switch mode power supplies, first thing they like to do is take the AC voltage, rectify it and turn it into DC, and they store that in a capacitor. And when the capacitor is empty and you turn it on, it sucks the power in with what's known as inrush current. And sometimes the inrush current can be high, it can be 7 times what's there. So when you first turn on a power supply, it just takes everything and then it settles itself down. So for that 15th of a second, it's copying everything really quickly. Not a problem. You've got a huge Christmas light display and you've got 35 power supplies and you go on, that inrush current's going to cause lights in the neighbourhood to dim. So what you would do normally is just sequentially turn them on. And by the time you go switch 1, switch 2, switch 3, you've allowed enough time for the inrush current to settle. You can get soft starters, but it's another level of complexity. Leave them on. And quite honestly, people, they go and turn the garage lights on, they go and turn the house lights on, they go and turn them, and you don't have that inrush. I've got four power supplies on one circuit, and I don't suffer. But having said that, you'll build 2 and will suffer. Yeah, but you can do it. If you had a situation where you wanted to turn them all on at once, you can sequentially turn them on with some sort of controller, or you just limit the current, usually through a resistor bank. It's a good question. I should add that to my presentation. Anybody else? I shall go.
Yeah, I thought that one of your illustrations talked about how much power the power supply is storing.
Yes.
Like the household output 10 amp.
Yep.
Inlet coming into the meter board like 80 amp maximum.
Yep.
What's the sort of rule of thumb? Is it plugging in multiple power supplies to avoid one problem, but without creating the
Yeah, if you have a look at that's the, I think that's the circuit, that's the picture we had up. So yeah, it's pulling 1.47 amps. Your normal GPO, your power point in the house is 10 amps, and that's usually on a 20 amp circuit. So, you know, at 1.5 amps, say 2 amps, so you get 10. You get 5 onto one power point, and you get 10 on the yeah, yeah. Just inrush current has got me interested at the moment. I'm just looking for it. Inrush current, there you go, is 70 amps. Yeah, typically, but it's very, very short-lived.
I've got a question on marketing here saying, worth buying supplies
Yeah, if that's what you need. Most houses have circuit breakers in them, and most circuit breakers are D curve. There's actually a rating on the circuit breaker. Things like fluorescent lights have high inrush current as well. So if you're in a building with lots of fluorescent lights, when you turn the power switch on, it's going to trip the breaker. And you can buy circuit breakers with a different curve on it, so they don't suffer the inrush current, they let it go basically. So you can buy a different circuit breaker. If you're having inrush current problems, you can buy a different circuit breaker and replace it in your house, or get someone to replace it that's qualified, and that could solve it. You could buy the inrush limiting power supplies. Yeah, there's ways around it. But usually, if you've got that many power supplies where inrush current is going to be a problem, you've got a big display. Yeah, so you can afford to pay an electrician to come and fix it for you. Yeah. Well, that's me.